Looks like it was the biters after all. They just shoot through my connection over here. And they're trying to make an expansion right in the middle of this area. And hopefully that was just caught on camera. It looks like this one is doing well. This one is doing well, this network. I did 3 upload speed tests. They all went perfect. So let's hope that it will remain stable, but we'll have to see. If it craps out again, then we'll just call it a day. But one more try. Let me just quickly open the YouTube chat again. "56C, we're up to letter C already. That's not great. Right. Fold out window, go away. Window goes here, window goes there. Switch that on this side. Yeah, that was a... You can see the process of biter expansion live in action now while I set this up. Basically an expansion group wanders in and starts making nests and worms. Yeah, there is a live biter expansion happening right now. Chat is back up. Live chat. I'm not a snowflake. I can see it when people say something mean. It's fine. Like about my connection. It's just... Right. As this is the expansion group, this is new biters which are not part of the expansion group. Let's try speeding it up a bit. Probably won't speed up that much anymore. Oh, I'm not sure that will happen in my actual save now. Hurry up already, do something. If a nest forms right here, that will despawn the group, and that is kind of the reason that if it spawns right on top, it despawns part of the group. This worm might have cut out a couple guys already as well, which is why expansions are never as large as they're advertised to be, or they have a small chance of becoming as large as they're advertised to be. Because the expansion groups are up to 20 biters, but usually some of them despawn during the expansion process. Alright. We'll start again. We can have a quick look. Solidboy, you can ask me on Discord. I don't want to go in detail right now here on public. That was a pretty low chance expansion happening. Looks like... Yeah, here we go. What is the value of that chunk? 0.163. Okay, that's pretty low. That is pretty low. And they're gonna settle on this side then. I don't think we're gonna see it. We will see it. We will see the stuff breaking. I made sure the anti-biter expansion zone is less than 0.10. But the fact that 0.16 expansions are starting to happen is bad news. The last information on how it works, I'm not sure if that is correct, but it seems to be the case that the game just selects 30 chunks at random. There they come. Look at them. Then they start attacking. There we go. And they just bust right through. So they don't like chunks with forest, but if there's a space in an adjacent chunk, then they will use that for expansion. So this chunk is selected for expansion. The value just went up because the biters destroyed pipes, which is funny. But then they'll just settle somewhere nearby if the chunk itself is blocked. That is kind of the reason also why my water chunks look like this. So basically when this chunk When this chunk gets selected for expansion, the biters cannot actually make an expansion here, but because there's space in an adjacent diagonal chunk, they will still not make this chunk invalid for expansion, and the expansion attempt will still happen. Then it goes to the next step of trying to send biters there, supposedly, and then there it fails. But that is why the pattern is as it is on the water over here. See if we can still find this over here. Not this one. This one. So yeah, that's what's going on. This chunk is selected, but they settle diagonally because this chunk has space and this chunk does not have space. I suppose that mechanic is in place to not invalidate any forested chunk expansion attempt. It kind of works to our advantage though for the water stuff. But yeah, 0.16, that is bad. Because that means there are not that many chunks left. So if the 0.16 is the highest chunk, the highest value chunk of a random selection of 13, that is quite bad. But we can see that many of these chunks are already, they are not below 0.1. So I think the biter expansion border wall is still safe, since all of the values in that wall, that entire 8 chunk area is below 0.1. And even here is 0.111, so this chunk would still win out. But it's not gonna work forever. At some point, so many expansions are gonna happen that everything is below 0.01. And once in a while, of course, I've got a limited amount of these green chunks available here. If one of those is selected, of course that one is gonna be activated and the expansion will not happen. But I don't have 1 in 30 chunks on the map in green color, so we might need to make even more, but we'll see how that goes. We should be back with artillery at some point. But that kind of puts a timer on it. If I don't want to destroy any biter base except that one over there, we might have to go into some more active biter expansion denying still, because this will start to happen more and more. Alright, looks like we got a stable connection on this one for the last 10-15 minutes, or basically the time that I've been streaming, 8 minutes, last 8 minutes. So that's a good sign. Anyway, what was I doing? I was making belts, iron, stuff, belts, iron, base, iron, belts, stuff, mine. I was looking to send the ore that came out from this mine onto some belts. These 4 belts are all okay. So for now, I suppose we'll send it onto these 2 belts. But there is no extra space available, which is what I was hoping for. So no, I cannot get that iron out of the system. Happy Friday, thanks. Twitch is here. No bingo today. There is bingo. I had it pinned, but since then we restarted the stream twice. I'll link I have the link here. Stream dies for no reason definitely is a major hit today. Right. So I suppose we're just gonna have to eat all of this ore. We'll let the bots do it. Bots have carry capacity too. At least the soundtrack is soothing. Jinxed? Oh god, no. Well, so far for the stable connection, is it? Okay, looks like today is not the day. Alright, that was the first blip on a new network. I'll give it one more chance. If it happens again within a couple minutes, we'll just cut it out for today. My armor is dead. Bots are dead. My stream is dead. Everything is dead. Oh god. Alright. The 2 million patch, I suppose, will do the same thing, trying to get one double drill on there. $500k, $500k, $700k. Maybe better to get it up on higher. 667776. But that seems good. Right. Iron mine. Let's delete the other one. No memories of that stream stuff will remain. Ah, it's crappy, isn't it? From time to time it's good. That is the quality we're at. That is the quality we're at, isn't it? From time to time it's good. That is a very nice way to say it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll just keep building this mine for now. That is all included. This is not. Move this down. Well, that is over here, so we're supposed to move it up again. Let's back up. Good. Kind of getting the hang of the range of these things. Alright, and this one. So 5 backup miners and 6 core miners again. 2 red bells coming out of there. The rest just needs to join up. And use some yellows for that. 3 a second, so that should be exactly 15. Okay. That's too far. We need that one. And 2 bells of this, 3 bells. There's gonna be which one bells? Oh, we got the cursed. Oh no, we got a cursed belt weaving contraption in here. That is not gonna be able to exist because we're coming in with red bells now. So that is not gonna work. Anyway, this is literally one mining drill with 3.5k under it, so we can simplify that a little. Let's just take the left 2 bells. I brought 1 stack of inserters here. Looks like we are putting the rare chest there this time. That should make that empty. Alright, I think then it's time to connect this as well. See how fast it compresses. Hopefully before it backs up. Yeah, it's already compressed. Alright, so it does work. Compressed belts come out immediately. They do like 30.9 resources a second. I tried it at a lower speed, like 10.1 a second, but then the random productivity bonuses switch off the... it doesn't keep up because of the irregularity of production for some reason, something like that. Alright, looks like connection is good for now. Time to upgrade then. Upgrade. This is a bit ziggy-zaggy, so we'll let the bots do that. Right, we are charging up the armor again. I have no morals today. Not paying attention to how the bots charge and all that kind of stuff. Alright. That's the end of this horrible belt weaving contraption. I just try to upgrade it and see what happens. This doesn't connect to anything anymore. I think this line is still fine. These 2 lines actually are still fine. But of course those 2 lines do not exist. This line should be drawn empty. This line already is empty. Now just let's get rid of all of this. That's all kind of obsolete stuff. We'll get that in there. And for the rest, we'll just replace everything. We can do the force replace thing. Alright. That's the state of things. Please, can we have some progress this stream? Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. Let's go on the right two bells here. I don't think any of this still exists, so you can literally just cut it off like such. Is that still connected? No. Alright, so that now it's clear at least. These two lines. We're just gonna upgrade those ourselves. I think this is a long line all the way to the bottom. Nice long straight line. To the biter base. To the forest. And we're there. Another one. Hey Mr. Mahano. Thanks for the 18 months. You didn't miss anything. Just a whole bunch of problems. A whole bunch of stream problems today. Like probably I know I've had a lot of stream problems, but I would say this is probably the most stream problems I've had in a stream so far. If you want to have progress, tune in on the speedrun. Alright. But this is the former quality belt, I think. You can just leave it in place. I'll just leave it. I just care about connecting it now. I'm not gonna deconstruct these two belts, they're just gonna stay. I guess I'll just merge them in here again so that they get drawn empty. Ah, we can actually just flip these over. Not like this, vertically. And that will start to draw empty those two belts. Alright, this no longer exists then. And that is going to be these now. 1, 2, 3, 4, so I suppose this. I'll be careful with the inventory space. Let's keep it so I get a warning before everything goes wrong. Alright, now these belts will slowly get drawn empty. And we can start working on upgrading these two belts. Oh, I can switch to the running armor. I was watching something else. So many undergrounds wasted in this forest. Alright, so that should be everything. Let's verify if I didn't miss anything. Looks like no. Okay, everything is red belted. That all goes in here. It's supposed to go in all of these, so we can add 2 belts to the bottom. Add 2 belts to the bottom. It basically means moving over these belts. Okay, that is not great. We can add 2 belts here and then moving over there. Okay, that is not good. This is bad. Okay, they get thrown empty somewhat evenly. Let's wait for this to go away a bit. Don't have the space in the inventory to pick up all that copper. Let's do it like this. And these bells can go up here. Then we can switch them over here. Hey, CTX. Bingo card. The bingo potential is high today. I'm already salty from all the stream problems. And it's distracting me from making good progress. I was hoping to make good progress today because Sunday I want to go to Vulcanus. Suppose we still have this coming in from the top. That is never more than 3 bells. It's gonna be slightly more than 2 bells and that's it basically. So I suppose we'll keep using iron from space as much as possible for the time being. But we temporarily have to feed in some other stuff. So we're gonna feed a belt in here, or maybe 2. Just see how that goes. Well, keep using iron from space as much as possible. Sure. I think we can just go straight with all belts and then figure it out. These 2 bells temporarily will go up then. One is going to go in there. And the other one in here. Yes, that's the 2 new bells. And then this basically moves over. It can't. Cannot. So we'll have to do something like this then. To keep that connected. And then we can put the six bells adjacent on here, I think. This is not a thing. Okay, let's try it. That is the new iron. That's going to be enough iron for yellow signs as well. We might need a little bit more copper. But we could also try building yellow signs first and install another belt of copper at the end of it, if we need to. I Right, so we are still prioritizing iron from here, that is good. And we don't really care what iron is prioritized from here, do we? I don't really think we do. Alright. And normally the platform isn't that limiting because you have bots. Bots can reach a really high throughput over short distances, especially in the end game. I guess inserters as well. The stack inserters, the literal stack inserters with 4 high turbo bells can also probably output a lot of stuff. But yeah, here it's in this playthrough it's pretty limiting. We are going to stop using iron from space completely over time, once the other space science packs start coming in. For this moment though, not yet, because my iron mines are pretty poor. We got some pretty good ones up here still, but I think we hooked up enough iron at least to start building the yellow science stuff without getting a shortage of iron. We might get a shortage of copper. I got this patch hooked up and this patch hooked up. I could install another. How is this even working? It's out of radar view as well. At least during the night. I guess we'll look a little bit later how it works then. Alright, let's go back to base. Johnny missed again. Alright, copper ore is being automatically lifted. I think we'll just let the bots rebalance the inventory. Ah, that was a bad plan. I need all of that stuff then. So give the bots a break. A lot of. Okay, then now they need to stow it in here. Of course, fine. Alright. Old efficiency modules. How many do I still have? I have so many. We are basically getting all of those back now. We're done with beacons and these modules. Iron, we don't have a special chest for. What's iron? So let's put it in there. I missed putting back one rare raider. That's probably at that copper mine. We got a half backup. I don't know what I did over here. That's kind of weird. Suppose we can fit another one on the same patch if we really want to. But let's first start doing something with the yellow signs, I think. We'll drop the miners then. We're done with the miners. 4 rare ones left. Do I need to send down more drills? I think we do, yeah. We need to mine coal as well. Coal is a limited resource, so... Let's send down the very last stack of rare drills. Do I want to use those on Vulcanus? Do I want to use these on Vulcanus? For the starter coal patch, perhaps? Or the starter tungsten patch, or both. We can make new ones. Yeah, we're gonna take more stuff to make more rare drills on Vulcanus. All we need is some rare tungsten ore and we're set. We got the rare carbon now. Got a lot of that. Man, this thing is like full again. Well. More than enough tech to kill medium demolishers. Oh, science is dropping. Look at that. 95%. 20k science away. I think that means we're out of military science. Out of the stashed military science. Right about the correct time. That's okay. What's next? I think it's gotta be nuclear power. We cannot do purple tech, we cannot do yellow tech. We have damage 4 now. We don't need this. We've got all the explosive, stronger explosive prerequisites for Aquilo now. Laser defense, we don't need it. Explosive rocketry, we don't need it. Nuclear power is, I think that's the last technology. 800,000 science packs. That is gonna take 400 minutes. 360, maybe 6 hours or so. And then we need to have yellow science set up. But it's not gonna be a lot of yellow science. We're gonna run out of stuff to research. That's just gonna happen. That's just gonna happen. Guess we can alternate with physical damage upgrades, which would be good for taking out demolishers and switches between military science and yellow science. So we can still keep artificial 2k SPM going. Of blue science we have actual speed. So I suppose nuclear power it is. Of course we also got the inserter thing, but we're still in denial. Still in denial of needing that. Yeah. The coal patch is a little bit... I genuinely placed the first one on top of that by accident. I just missed that there was coal on the ground. It's pretty hard to see. And yeah, then we just kept it there for now. But we're going to have to move that because we don't have any access to other coal on the planet there. Coverex. Ah, Coverex. That is... not really necessary though. It is necessary for captive biter spawner. I mean, yeah, I guess we could waste some time on that. I don't have 2k SPM space signs though, except I do have for a while 180k, so that is basically slightly less than half the technology. Maybe 40% of it, which we can do at 2k. We'll see. I think I'll have to do the inserter thing after nuclear power. I'm gonna do a swap here, just to let military science build up a bit, so we don't lose any time. Alright, so what's next? Yellow science stuff. suppose let's take a look at the yellow sign stuff. So yellow sign stuff, I did do some design testing in editor mode. Last Monday. Alright, so here's a temporary setup. I cobbled together some stuff. The main thing is we need to reactivate low density structures and blue chips to launch rockets because we don't have any. We're not producing any. And I don't really want to switch on these machines again if we can have free 50% productivity bonus on absolutely everything and more. And multiplicative 50% productivity bonus steps on the entire copper cable to green chip to red chip to blue chip. That's a huge discount in materials right there. Basically, the copper cable step is going to get multiplied 4 times, so that's 2.25. And then it becomes 3.375. It becomes like 6 or something, doesn't it? 5. Alright, so that's like 400% productivity bonus on the copper, at least for the copper that goes into green chips, into red chips, into blue chips. But yeah, in general, it's a big discount. It is a big discount. And same for low density structures, slightly less big discount, but a discount nonetheless because of the 50% inherent productivity bonus. As well as these machines just being much faster, and we can put even more productivity in there. So I went with quality for most of the stuff. I tried to make a quality design. I did a whole bunch of mathematics. Basically, you can consider if you want to produce enough blue chips for a certain thing like blue signs, but you also want to make quality blue chips, you can basically consider quality modules to be negative productivity modules, right? So instead of having 3.2% productivity bonus, this module has a 3.2% productivity penalty. Not literally, but 3.2% of the results are going to be results that are not usable for science. So if you count this like a negative productivity bonus, you will find you need more machines to produce the required number of normal blue chips, and that way the math still works out. You have to, this is not like a flat productivity bonus, it's a little bit jiggly up and down because of the randomness in the results. So you do have to have some sort of belt buffer or a bit of overproduction in there after the negative productivity bonus multiplier, but I think that should work quite nicely. So I think I'll just go over the design a little bit. I did not want to do this on camera because this was endless fiddling with details and modules, and it's a temporary setup. I'm just going to use this to get the yellow sign started at 450 SPM or so before I get into Vulcanus and just replenish my rocket parts. And then we're just going to delete it all again and build a proper beaconed full productivity module setup, just like we've been doing for science and other parts of the base which are in their definitive state, like these guys over here, the ore to molten ore converters. Those are finite. No, not finite. Those are final. Those are final. This is all very much not final. As you can see, it's a bunch of thrown together, not very efficiently placed garbage all over the place, instead of being nicely tucked away and the usual compact builds. Even then, it was still a lot of twinkling around. I've learned something though. I'm still getting used to all this, the great flexibility of this molten ore stuff. So instead of having to belt a lot of ore around, you of course just can have a single pipe now, and if you do direct insertion, a lot of things get very efficient very fast. Like, especially if it's like a high volume things. Like for instance, these green chips, you can see them in the mouse over, produces 8 green chips a second. It eats up 15 copper cable a second and 5 iron plates. So 20 things a second come in, 8 things a second go out. But if you just direct insert, that problem becomes less problematic, so to say. And the foundries, basically the old smelteries, they are very fast and they can be placed everywhere. These are, you can basically consider those like furnaces, but much faster. It was never really viable to do this kind of thing with furnaces. I mean, you don't really see people belting ore all over the place and then just direct inserting that into their assemblers from the furnaces like it is done with these foundries. But the foundries are pretty fast. This makes 5.21 iron plate a second. This needs 5.27, so it's slightly under production. That's okay because it produces 7.9 and the blue chips require 7.5. So yeah, like I said, a lot of fiddling with modules to make things exactly as fast and energy efficient. Everything is running on minus 80% energy cost because we don't have the energy to supply these things at full or even increased power in some cases. So yeah, that is the green chips directly from the foundries. 8 rare long-headed inserters can exactly manage the 15 copper cable that we need. And we got 4 of those short-handed inserters for the iron. Then the 8 outputs are being output again by rare long-handeds. The green circuit assembler requires 7.5 green circuits, so that is exactly what this thing produced. Again, direct insertion. A little bit wonkier than you're probably used to in terms of direct insertion setups, but direct insertion nonetheless. Here's the first quality step. So we want to... I want to make more quality blue chips basically because that's the basics for Mark II modules and maybe even Mark III modules, which are gonna be on the table because it is not as much of a deviation as I thought. Sure, it's 2 million for Vulcan science, but Vulcan science is gonna be fairly easy to come by and the rest is just cheap. And Gleba, the productivity, which originally I thought was kept locked behind this useless captivity technology, is not useless at all. So this 1.3 million deviation is actually only 300k deviation because captivity is a requirement for biolabs and we want biolabs. So productivity modules all of a sudden are just 300k tech deviation, which makes them definitely worth it. It also means we're going to need 4 productivity module Mark IIs to make 1 productivity module Mark III, which means we need even more red and blue chips of quality. That's why I temporarily want to just amass as many quality components as possible until we get back from Vulcanus with the good stuff and the Mark III assemblers, because purple science is going to be set up on Vulcanus as well. Then all the ratios change again anyway. First of all, because these get a higher productivity bonus, and then bot frames get a higher productivity bonus, which means electric engines and everything is just going to require stuff in different ratios after that. So just a temporary quick setup here. Let's just take a quick look at this. Basically the mushroom, I suppose, the one unit without everything moving. Got the beacons in here to bring the quality things back down to minimum. I'm mixing speed with quality. It's not as bad as it sounds. Like you can see, this thing still has 14.7% quality, whereas without speed it would have 16%. So, but it does produce much more. Now it produces 0.36 chips a second and now 0.56. So it's not quite twice as fast, but it is a lot faster. Which means we need a lot less infrastructure. Same for the red chips. I don't need that many quality red chips. So the modifier on red chips is quite a bit lower, 7.6% quality only. But of course we already are collecting quality red chips over here as well, and quite a few of them. So maybe it's overkill, but it just worked out nicely. This is the minimum level common PM plant. So we are overproducing basically. Yeah, and in my version of Factorio, there is a still a typo, an order of magnitude deviation. So the real quality multiplier is minus 1.5%, not minus 15%. In newer Factorio versions, this is already fixed, I think. But that typo kinda instilled the false belief in many people, including me, that you cannot mix quality with speed, but you can. And in some cases it makes sense. Alright, so I overbuild this. We need only 10 or so. We need 10 for yellow signs. But then of course we need a little bit more for rocket parts. So I just overbuild this so it can consume an entire belt of copper cable, something like that. This is basically the same module except without the blue chips and the red chips directly. We added on 2 copper cable things, so here we're making green chips and copper cable for the red chips, which is brought in on a belt. And plastics is gonna have to come from outside the base. Eventually we should have plastics belts coming in here, so we're gonna have to set those up as well. That is it for blue chips, so that's the blue chip module, just copy and repeat. Very flexible with this ore pipes. There's a lot of undergrounds in here, because undergrounds don't have an interaction box. You can just walk over them as if they are not there. So I tried to not make like these kind of nooks and crannies where you can walk yourself stuck into, because I don't have the mech armor and I won't have it for forever basically. Low density structures much simpler. I don't foresee needing that many quality low density structures. I've got a ton already. And we're making those on Fulgora as well as a byproduct for making modules, and I'm not doing anything with those just yet. So I chose to put productivity in here just to get a little bit extra bang for the buck. And then bot frames. Bot frames is basically what limits signs to 450 signs a minute. I tried seeing what the limit is if bot frames were not limited. We're then stuck at around 800 SPM. But as you can see, I'm just manually putting extra bot frames onto a belt right here to find that limit. Without that, the limiting part is going to be bot frames. So this is another very sadly precise worked out setup which produces bot frames, quality bot frames at that. So we are getting more quality bots for our bases and for ourselves, because that's been a bit of an issue. We're also getting quality engines, which is nice because we want those to make quality big mining drills again on Vulcanus. So we're going to be producing those automatically as well. And we can also upgrade these to quality electric engines. So everything has quality in here. Then there's a couple modules which are supplying bot frames, because unlike red and green chips, we need some external products like batteries. We've got this very weird battery carousel over here. Making batteries with productivity, because oil is going to be scarce and sulfuric acid is expensive, so we put some productivity in there. And quality batteries are very, very easy to make, because it's literally 1 iron and 1 copper plate, super cheap. Fluids don't have quality, so quality batteries are basically free. You just need to make them when we need them. Yeah, we needed these 12. Beacon in the middle to put energy consumption down to the minimum. 1 foundry of each type, provide the copper and the iron. Here we have the pipes and gears for engines, also with quality. I'm not making any quality steel on the planet at the moment, which is a problem because steel is in high demand. So I was thinking I can make quality steel right here. Similar for quality pipes and gears. We can use that to make even more quality engines and electric engines with some quality green chips, which we're also making over here. So we need all of this stuff to make. And again, this is just this molten copper, molten iron. There's no belting of ore, there's no belting of plates. Very nice, very compact, very convenient. I like this. I really like the new beacons where they are very powerful if there's one beacon, and become less powerful if there's lots of beacons, because it kinda motivates making those space exploration type things where you can have maximum 1 beacon per setup. And it becomes less, there's other solutions to problems now rather than just max beacons all the time, which is nice. It kind of makes every build not look exactly the same. Alright, so we're gonna have to build that, which means I'm gonna want some blueprints. I cannot really exactly blueprint this, but we are going to... I know I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 copies of this. So that is the repeatable area. Suppose blue chips times 6. This is just temporary blueprints. We're just gonna put them in a new book. A new book it is. This times 6. We need then this part to supply it. I suppose we can take all of that like so. Just to connect it onto the first one. That is blue chip supply. That does it for blue chips already, and then we just need to belt it out. This we've got a blueprint for that. We don't really need to, it's very easy. Low density structures. Something like that, I suppose. We have these symbols, don't we? I forgot about that. That's temporary blueprints anyway, those are gonna get deleted again. That's low densities. Low density is very easy, just plastics and then more of that molten iron and copper, which we're already making. These foundries actually simplify a lot of builds by a lot. Basically have infinite iron and copper plates flowing around your base wherever you want through a single tile-wide pipe. It's absolutely amazing. How do beacons scale the negative effects? I think it has to do with the multiplier. The rare beacon has a 1.9 module multiplier. So it multiplies the speed module by 1.9, but also the quality penalty by 1.9. And if you put 2 or 3 beacons, that effect per beacon diminishes, etc, etc. This is batteries. Oh, I'm not making sulfuric acid. This setup is not completely done. Because I'm just spawning in the sulfuric acid right here. That is batteries. I suppose we're going on the bot frame line now. Might as well just do this. That's then basically electric engine supplies. I just put the things on there that it's making. Pipes and green chips. That makes batteries then. That's all the ingredients we need for engines, electric engines and bot frames. That setup is looking like... We don't need to do it exactly like this, but why not, I suppose. I'm not sure where everything is going to come in from. But yeah, we don't need to build it exactly as it's displayed on here. That is basically engines, electric engines and bot frames in quality. I think that's all the components we need from the design really. Blue chips, low densities, bot frames. And some stuff we'll still have to design, like sulfuric acid. I don't really know how much sulfuric acid we're needing for this, all of this combined. We have to calculate that a bit still. That is going to seriously drain my oil though. That's a ton of plastic, both into red chips as well as into low density structures, and then sulfuric acid and blue chips. A lot of sulfuric acid in batteries right here. That's going to turn the tables. Alright. So this is not this is all very temporary, because eventually I want the science area is going to shrink a bit with Mark III assemblers, and then I'm going to have a nice layout. I can show it off as well real quick. Novi Science Development. So that's basically how I'm imagining the layout for the end, which also solves or showcases the science issue here. But in general, the science area is going to shrink a lot. This is the final size. The yellow assemblers will reach to here, blue will reach to here, and green and red will reach to also to here, not further. So we've got all the belts should be coming in adjacent to make it look nice. We've got the 5 science packs that are produced not here. And that excludes Fulgoran science as well as Aquilo and Prometheum science, because before we will need those, we're going to have biolabs, which needs to... This entire area is going to change again with biolabs and Mark III productivity and Mark III speed and etc, etc. So that is not included in here. These 4 are coming from space, including purple science, which is going to be made on Vulcanus. And then we've got military science, which is not made in space, but it's made over here on the military science cliff, so it's a belt that comes in anyway. And then the rest of it is just the science ingredients as you know them. We got red science, green science, then we got blue science, 4 belts, and yellow science over here. So that's going to be the bus of stuff that is going to go into the science area and into the labs. Of course, that enormous splitter thing we've already designed earlier. We're gonna double this storage over here, and for the rest there's not much on the map yet. This temporary red chip thing is still here. This is temporary, that can go. This has already been replaced, but with engines. But engines is gonna be rebuilt later with a normal beacon setup as well, as soon as we get our hands on those Mark III assemblers with the 4 module slots. So it doesn't really make sense to fully redesign engines right now and do it again once we got the Mark III assembler. So we didn't. But this is now basically engines. This is all gone, this is gone, this is gone, this is gone, this is gone. All of this is gone. Now we have obsoleted this area as well. So that's gone, that can be gone, that can be gone. Rocket fuel is still being made here. And then you quickly see we only got the stuff left over that we still have in the base right now. The non-temporary stuff. The foundries down here. Military science on the cliff. All nice and compact. This area looks nice. I like how it looks. And then we got green science over here. We still got steel, the old OG coal mine, and copper cable to make space platforms. Probably gonna move some sort of quality storage, bot-based quality storage over there. Because all of these quality chests with 1 million things in them are still in the way. So that's probably going to be a bot area with some quality. This might become a bot mall. With these belts moved out of the way, we've got this entire area now for ourselves. So that is definitely enough space to make a normal bot mall, which makes at least the most frequently used items. Besides, I do have belts automated, but that's kind of it, isn't it? That's kind of it. So yeah, basically more quality storage over here, maybe over here as well. We're going to try to keep the stone furnaces if we can. But this is going to be replaced. We might keep this around as well for ourselves, but we're gonna have some bot malls in there as well. As soon as we can get some resources for ourselves lined up as well. And then this entire area is going to be free for a proper redesign of all the stuff in maximum productivity, so that basically as you should do it for the end game mega base stage, max prod, max speed, don't care about power. And as we're going to be having access to Mark III productivity modules and speed modules, the idea behind the setup is good, but we probably can make it even faster. Especially once these things upgrade to hand size 2, we can definitely draw a full red belt of ore instead of only 20 pieces of ore per second, which is the current limit. We're limited by... let's delete this. We're limited by the insertion speed of the inserters here. That fills up really quick, doesn't it? Alright, anyway. Bot mall in this channel. I made a bot mall before. If you remember the Ultimate Dead World Challenge, it had a really nice bot mall. Alright. So now we got our blueprints, now we just gotta place them somewhere. I think the layout we had going was kind of okay, really. What is this even powering? It's powering a pump. Can fit in there. Alright, so let's lay it out first, then we can figure out what we need later. This blueprint book now. Yeah, let's just first puzzle it out a bit. We need 6 copies of this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We definitely do not have enough plastics to run all of that. It's dangerously close to the top. Should I move it down? Down a tad. Let's first plop all the blueprints into place. LDS is quite small. We might be able to just align that. It's a temporary build, but you can still align it. Some stuff. Align it with the last one over there. Does this make sense to have this as close to here as it is? I think it does not really matter that much. Might be better to just move it to the front just a little. Okay, tip, if you want to move something this big by one tile, it can be, if you cut and paste, you'll basically lose where it is. But you can cut anyway, because you can Ctrl Z it back into place. And then you can just move the cursor like one tile to the right or something. Then you can press redo, Ctrl Y. That deletes it again, and now you have the mouse on the correct position. So that way you can like slightly recalibrate the exact position of large blueprints. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna keep 2 tiles of space around the edges in case some stuff needs to go past there later. Alright, now we'll try matching low density structures again. Don't really have a good feel for where that should go, so let's also just keep 2 tiles free and roll with that. I suppose bot frames, they could be here, why not? All of this is gonna get deconstructed again anyway. We had some smaller stuff going on here. Batteries. And then the structure itself. ton of stuff which comes in from the right. Alright, that does keep this entire area free, because it's probably when I will start the ultimate redesign phase, I'm just gonna build from here up higher again. Like move the engine build with this stuff to over here, etc, etc. Stack red chips on top, something like that. Green chips. And again, maybe setups like these are the future. Just with a different module and speed and inserter combination. The direct insertion things might be pretty good like this. They are just not as compact looking as setups like these, which literally don't waste a single tile. Or these. This is also pretty neat. These are a bit roomier, but that's because the machines are so large, and when you direct input you don't have that much flexibility what to put where. How do you show chunk borders like that? I have a mod for that, chunky chunks. You can also pause the game and you can see the chunk grid, but since that pauses the game, it's pretty annoying. Also the giant grid is not really nice. The chunk borders is all I need to know really in most cases, but here we don't need it, not for this moment. We do need to make sure I should keep it on. We need to make sure we don't build outside of the base, just indicated by those lines, or we'll lose the expansion chunk stuff. Okay, we're gonna need a lot of machinery to do this. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of machinery. I think we can move this a bit more close by. Why just something like that? How does this go? God. We can probably move this up. We can grab from the splitter there. Alright, and then this actually exactly aligns under here. Some of the stuff might be coming in from this side, but we'll see. Why is there one rare quality pipe in the blueprint? Because this is not a pipe, it's an infinity pipe. I used it in editor mode to spawn in sulfuric acid, but we're gonna have to make it. So we need some more space for that as well. We either need to make more sulfur and sulfuric acid, like for instance over here. It produces 50 a second if it gets enough sulfur, so that's quite a bit. We need some more sulfur planks then. But maybe we can produce everything here. I don't know exactly how much we need. Let's have a look. How much do we need? Blue signs. I don't have the stats because I don't have the exact stats because the modules are not calculated in the mouse overs from ghosts. But let's count anyway. 1.6 times 12 is... Blue chips is not that much, 20 sulfuric acid a second. But batteries is a large consumer. 12 times 8, it's going to be a bit less, but let's count 12 times 8. It's 115 sulfuric acid per second, so we need more. We probably need more than a full setup, which is like 5 of these into 2 of these. That is 100 sulfuric acid a second. But we'll first build this, and then we'll flop in sulfuric acid somewhere. We also need more plastics. They are being spawned in from an infinity chest here. I mean, we do have the fake plastic belts coming into the base, and we do have the plastic making area set up for up to 8 red belts, but we are mining like literally one red belt of coal here for the entire base, including blue signs. So that is not gonna do it. We are gonna need to mine some more coal as well, but I think we're first gonna build this up. I'm gonna make a shopping list. And we're gonna look what we have, if we have the right quality of stuff. And then we're gonna build it and connect it, I suppose. As well as build out yellow signs. We need a storage chest system for yellow sign storage, since we're gonna be producing it at a quarter the rate of the other sign specs here. So when we are not researching yellow signs, we need to store it, and then so that we can feed it out at 2k SPM when we are researching a yellow tech. So that's not integrated in the design just yet. I think this entire area might be better off moving down a bit. So let's use my own words. Adjust the position a bit. Then we have space for a good chest area up here, perhaps. It could be here as well, we'll see. It's all temporary. Let's not worry too much. At first I'm gonna have a quick break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I wanted to wait until the connection started crapping out again, but that's probably why the connection doesn't crap out again. It looks like there's also a commercial break coming up on Twitch in a couple of seconds. So yeah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Let's make a save here. Start to play with yellow signs design. Ship is not flying. We can check out laser damage 4. That's I'm gonna load that save anyway. Unlimited speed. And we're gonna fly to Fulgora at full speed. That is gonna not go right. That's not gonna go right, but that's fine. It's only for the fun. I'm gonna have to switch this off, so we won't see the distance, but we will see the accumulators crapping out. Alright, Mike, it's just a short break. Don't spend forever to set it up. There we go. Sorry about that. I cannot help myself. There's going to be some close calls, so let's keep it close. Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Well, looks like we made it somehow. I'm gonna sound a little bit distant. I'm still doing a bit of stretching and stuff. But I might as well try to re-chat a little bit for a change. Yeah, we definitely couldn't do that before. I mean, we got some damage. We did a little bit of that ablative shield kind of thing. It's actually a valid technique in space engineering, ablative shields. Oh, that almost was my asteroid collector. Yeah, the damage upgrades do seem to help a lot. Usually used on like re-entry capsules and whatnot. Their heat shield is just supposed to like evaporate away, dissipate the energy. But we can use them in space travel as well, just absorb impact with the walls and replace them. Think of it like a crude aerogel or something to catch space dust, except the dust is a bit bigger and the gel a bit more heavy. Heat shield. It is the heat shield variant of the heat shield, yeah, was a good one. Are you not planning to research fast inserters? I think we need to research them for the stack size bonus, but I'm not planning to build any fast inserters. Doesn't look like we're moving that fast anymore. Are we out of fuel? We're basically out of fuel. This ship is not made to... We're out of asteroids, I think. This ship is not made to go at full speed all the time. That was not in the design specification. So maybe that's why we survived a bit as well, but maybe it just started happening right now. And the damage does make a huge difference. Compared to damage 2, which we had before. I mean, when we have the power, the asteroids seem to get consistently destroyed now, even at this speed. Even if there's a lot of them. So we might be able to up the speed significantly. The thing still is though Fulgora. Fulgora still is an issue because of the power thing, as you saw during the break. We cannot go quite full out, but instead of 15 kilometers a second, we might be able to go like, you know, a blistering 30 kilometers a second, maybe even more. We'll see how that goes. We can do it on the next time it flies, and just see what happens. All right, let's get back to it. Why are the lasers RGB? Because we've got a mod for that. That looked nice. And those are rare lasers. That's why they're RGB. That should definitely be the case. That should definitely be the case. Alright. Is it gonna stay in this location? It's kinda... Let's go over it. Let's see what needs to come in. What needs to come in? Here we just need one belt of plastics. And then we just need to bring the pipe of molten iron and molten copper over here. And sulfuric acid needs to come over here as well. Sulfuric acid is likely going to be made just here. So that is where the oil and the water is. And some space. So sulfuric acid is just a pipe. Sulfur, we can literally just build the belt right. We don't need a belt of sulfur, we just need the sulfuric acid. Plastics is coming up from here. We just need to connect more coal so we actually produce enough plastics. But then plastics could literally just come up over here. This is going to be obsolete then. This is going to be obsolete. So this is no problem to supply. I just want to make sure I can supply everything correctly before starting to build it. Pipes can always find a way through. Iron is already coming up here. Copper can go up next to that, and that's fine. We can simply just connect the copper and iron pipeline from over here to low density structures as well. That's another belt of plastics. That's 2 more belts of plastics which need to come in, which we definitely have space for, so that's all good. So that is easy. We're gonna get some quality low density structures out here. No, we don't. We have productivity modules in here. Could consider doing quality low density structures as well. We can check out the difference. We do need, the thing is they are needed for all the cool space stuff like rare asteroid collectors. I don't have a lot of them on Norvis, I don't think. 5, that's probably some extra. We should have some more. Okay, we do have a lot of those already from Fulgora. We brought those over from Fulgora. It's producing a ton of those things as a byproduct of making modules from the trash. So let's not go quality on low density structures. It's unnecessary. But blue chips, you can never have too many modules, man, especially with the quality modules and the builds being so large. Okay, so that's gonna stay the way it is. This is literally also just 2 pipes of input and a belt of plastic. LDS comes out, blue chips comes out, it goes into science. That's easy. How about bot frames? Bot frames has a lot more going on. And I think I'm just going to do that myself. I'm not sure what is going to come in from where. We need heavy oil into the base, which we currently don't have. So that means another pipe has to come from over here, I suppose. Is simple coal liquefaction unlocked actually? We might have unlocked simple coal liquefaction. Let me just grab a refinery, I suppose. Yeah, we do have simple coal liquefaction. Okay, that's not viable on Norvis though. We do have the calcite. We have the calcite imports. We have coal. But making sulfuric acid from petroleum gas to then turn that back into heavy oil, that seems a little bit wasteful. Because on Vulcanus you just pump it out of the ground, of course. But here it's very expensive to make. So yeah, we'll just bring a pipe. We'll just bring a pipe of heavy oil in from the actual oil area then. Alright. Does not need to be on this side. It can be on the other side as well. This is all just temporary stuff. I think that is fine. We might need more chests of all this stuff, I'm not sure. We'll see. Same for bot frames. I'm not sure how long that all can run without clogging up. How close are we to clogging up here? About halfway. And about halfway, so probably the rest of the stream we can still make it. Alright, that is bot frames out to over here somewhere as well. So that's easy. This is iron and copper, just a pipe. Sulfuric acid again. Again, just a pipe. Just a pipe, but 3 different pipes of stuff. I mean, iron and copper can just link around all the way like this. That's fine. There's also just iron and more iron and copper, which we literally have that. I think I should not worry too much about iron and copper. I think the current layout is fine. 3 pipes though, so it's 3 pipes, so let's move this up. So there's like 3 tiles of space here for 3 different underground pipes to go through. I guess technically you can pipe 3 products to a 2 tile wide space. I suppose this is how you can do that, but we're not looking to do that, I don't think. Wait, I cannot use my bots now. I don't even know where to start, I guess. Maybe we should just start building it and see what we are short on. That might be the way to go. Let's take an approximate count of what we need. 3000 red bells, 1000 yellow bells, a whole lot of inserters, a whole lot of pipes, and all the machinery we can carry. Something like that. 2k and 1k. Even yellow bells. Okay, as many of those as we can. A bunch of those. Those. All the rare inserters. All but most of them. Do we have a lot of normal inserters in there as well? There's a couple, like 4 stacks or so. And all the machinery we can carry. I think we'll do the machinery last. So let me just put all the machinery away. Instead we'll bring pipes from my mall, because I have one. Look at this. Chests and chests full of stuff. I might have forgotten to build power lines in here. Or at least in some of the builds. Let's bring those, stack those, stack those. Undergrounds we might need a lot of. Alright, lights. There should be lights in there. If there's not, we gotta make those. I think that should do fairly well for the first wave. Question then is, do I build it myself? I think yes, because a bot network is going to be very temporary here as well. It's going to interfere with localized bot networks. It's just not going to be pretty. So I think we're just going to do it piece by piece. We've got a cool technique for that. We can try that, especially now there's no power lines in the design. It does have the tendency to mess up power lines, but this is what I like to to call Control Z building. It's very effective with a short range robo with the building from your personal roboport. There is a limit to the amount of Control Z's you can do though. I don't exactly know what it is, so we don't want to make the sections too small, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do a double one. 6. I'm not sure that's gonna be enough. 7, that's definitely way too big. 8, 9, I hope it's not 10. 10, we got the blueprint to fix it. 11, let's do the 12th one as well. Alright, now you just gotta remember where stuff was. There is nothing here anymore. Let's do some illegal Control Z building. I should have waited until my battery was full, really. We can try to do this as a challenge to not waste any bot energy. Therefore, let's finish laser damage 4. I did not finish laser damage 4 just yet in that save. Because, yeah, I forgot about that. What we saw was just laser damage 3. Laser damage 4 is still about to be completed. Military science should be stacked up again. 14k. Plus life production, that is going to finish this stack no problem. We're going to keep 2k SPM even though science graph says for dipping, because we have switched from a 30-second technology to a 60-second technology, which means it needs some time for all the labs to switch on again because of blue science and the other ones. Military science is in here now. Just when the labs work faster, science runs out in the last labs and the front labs can do all the work, including the work from the last labs. Then when you switch back to a 60-second technology, those labs in the front suddenly work twice as slow, which makes them able to absorb less science, and then it takes a bit of time for the science to travel down to the back of the belt again. Have you tried if the bots use power from the armor if you send them out and swap the armor before they come back? If I swap the armor, the bots will go to a nearby logistics network instead. So that is not gonna work. They're just gonna relocate. 100% power. I'm gonna take out my legs. I'm gonna take out the solar panels. So we are not making power. We are not spending power with our legs. We are not generating power with solar panels. Anytime these use a bit of power, they're gonna drain it from the batteries to charge themselves back up again. So let's try to keep this at 100% and show the world nobody don't need no roboports. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna save it here then. Control Z building. Roboport on. Alright, we're gonna have that once, I think. Alright, that was easy. Bots don't charge up from such a short flight. Nothing spent. Let's do the right side. That was the steel, gears and engines. Pipes for engines. %. You can fly about, I think it's slightly more than 2 chunks. Now we get to the batteries, I suppose. That was also a small build. As long as the bots fly only once, we're good. This is gonna be probably too much for the bots to handle in one go. Still didn't spend a single joule of energy. This is a 2-flight ordeal. So what I can do is just switch off the roboport with a hotkey, Alt F, before the bots fly too much, and then just send them out again. And we are still at 100% power. Alright, next Control Z, bot frames. think we're gonna make it. No recharge. Yeah, no recharge. Nothing. Good. Now the part where we're definitely gonna be recharging. I'm gonna let it happen on this one. This is too much for one build. That might just look like too much. Can I move tactically? I think we're gonna have a couple recharges here. Yeah, a couple ones. But it's just a couple bots, but you can see the effect there. Just a couple bots and that's 1/6 of my battery gone. If I let all the bots charge in this manner, it's gonna be instantly drained. Alright. Double blue chip kind of thing. Okay, we don't have the machinery. Gonna get a single charger here at the end. Right. Oh, this is perfect. Just waves. Pixels are back. Why though? Okay, looks like we could do all the control Z's. And now the entire thing is built except for the machinery, which we didn't take. And we have spent barely any power on our bots. 81% of the batteries are still left. That is nothing. We spent like 12 megajoules. And one of these bots, when it flies maximum distance, it charges up 9 megajoules per bot, and we spent 12. So, yeah, pretty good. I suppose we should add back the legs. Where's my data window? It's gone. Okay, it was a small dip in data, but looks like only a small one. This time, not consistent crap. Just gonna trust it's good. It hasn't crapped out anymore after I threatened to end the stream. I said, no, please don't end me. And it started functioning well. Right. So how big is my inventory? I think I can get a count of everything if I just quickly run to the left. It lasts for 10 seconds. So that's 48 rare assemblers, 12 rare EM plants, and a bunch of rare chemical plants and normal foundries. A lot of normal foundries actually. So let's grab all of that. We've got those. I think I designed that with the stuff I have in mind, so we should have enough stuff, I hope. More of these assemblers. Chemical plants. I'm not sure if I have chemical plants in stock. I do. Don't think we were missing that much other things really. I guess a ton of modules. I don't have any modules. That's okay. We can pick those up later again. This is gonna cost more power to put everything in place. So just to put a handful of machines in place than it did to build everything. Let's go. Planning to scenically swipe over the build as it got constructed. Looks like no such luck. Right, beacons. We're also missing the beacons, of course. There we go. Bye bye battery. Right, switch it off. I walked south of here for a reason, so this would all not get placed. Hopefully I can now just do a scenic walk, switch off the legs. Let's try this. I don't know if we don't have enough, or if the bots are just lazy. In fact, we don't have enough. We don't have enough regular SPM plans. I just forgot to take those, apparently. As well as regular foundries. So yeah, that was kind of bad. So more of these. More of these. I guess we are still not doing modules. And we're at the very end here. Right. Now it's just beacons and some modules and some stuff which is illegal, like infinity chests and loaders and all that kind of stuff. Okay, that was way less stuff than I imagined. Let's just rebalance the inventory automatically. Oh yeah, let's do a hydrate. Sorry, I missed the question on the laser turret. On the laser turret bot. It's called rainbow lasers. This already was a while ago, I suppose. Alright, inventory rebalanced. Now about modules. What kind of things are in here? I don't know. Let's just do this. That's a little bit of all modules. What kind of modules do we have? A lot in here. I think we have a lot of efficiency here. We might not have those in stock anymore. Let's take all we have. Okay, we can't because the bots are trying to take them away again. We'll take all of those. Let's take all of these. I don't think we have a lot of productivity going on. I think we have a lot of quality going on though. So let's grab all of those. All of those. I don't think we're doing anything with pots once. I think that should be good enough. Beacons. I don't think we are using that many beacons in there. That's the last part of it. Or we can do the belt transfer maybe. There are no lights in there either. And no power poles. We have to do the power poles manually, I suppose. Belt swipe. Not good for my personal battery, but nice and scenic. Why 450 SPM? Because yellow science is very expensive. And we are in the kind of early game still. We don't have the infrastructure to build the yellow science up to 2k SPM like the other science packs yet. We still need to unlock the Mark III assemblers, but 500,000 purple science is a bit of a tall order for a temporary hand-fed setup or something. Not like elevated railway for 100,000, that was entirely reasonable, of course. Yeah, that's the end of the battery. We might be having not enough modules, but the amount of stuff that we don't have is quite low now. Looks like a lot of tier 1 modules we are missing. Nine good quality modules. Okay, that's not too bad. I have more of those on the ship, I think. Yeah, we do. We'll send down 2 stacks. Still in denial that I need all of them. Oh! That was just in time, I think. The ship departed for Vulcanus right this moment. Which means we need to get the show on the road, because we do not have enough low density structures available on the planet here to launch up the next batch of rocket fuel. And if we run out of calcite, we run out of everything. That's the problem with calcite build. If we run out of it, we are effing doomed. Because we can't make anything without calcite anymore. We don't have a single regular furnace left standing in the base, so that's a huge problem. That must not happen at all cost. I'm going to need to figure out how to power pole this entire ordeal, which I wish I would have done that already. That is not going to be necessary. Alright, let's start with this. I think we just need the big ones. The big ones power everything, including the beacons. Maybe these. These power the beacons as well. As well as the inserters on the other side. Looks like we're gonna have gap. Alright, that's the first. Okay, that's low density structures. We'll save blue chips for last, that looks complicated. No, that's a endgame technology indeed, to harvest calcite from space. You need Lady Glabin technology for that. Which normally is not such a problem, but here it kinda is. You can sort of make a windmill pattern around here, I suppose. One inserter. Okay, that one can move then. It can move over there. Alright, that's powered as well. This already was powered except for Oh yeah, we still need to pick up some modules, I forgot about that. Except for these two beacons on the edge here. Okay, there's a lot not powered in this setup. Inserters are not powered either. Okay, that looks alright. Let's connect these. Okay, this is kind of powered as well. It just needs to connect to something, anything at all. Okay, good. It's getting night, so I probably want to play with lights a bit. This looks very easy. This could be done with normal power lines, I think. Okay, no, if we can go behind here instead. That does not power the beacons. Alright, looks like we are using these for everything. Don't think I have enough of those. Okay, that does power the end over there. And this is gonna have the same pattern. Here we don't have power lines in between, so we can use uncommons. They will reach. This is the time to put some lights in, if I can. That's already getting day. I think lights will look nice behind here. Maybe here in the middle. Okay, that does it for this area. Gotta be quick a bit. Use your imagination. There's not a single square free in the center here, so behind the power lines it is. Continue the windmill. Alright, then we pick up the modules. Yeah, I think it's gonna be artillery for Gleba. I don't see a good other way. Alright, this should rebalance my modules as well. It should give me a bit of everything. And we only needed a bit of everything. So that means we should be okay. We need to pick up the quality modules from the rocket silo as well. Wait. They did not get delivered. Ah, they're still in the trash. They're still in the trash slots. Alright, let's put them back then. Looks like I tried to eject them slightly too late. So be it. I will use these then. For some of it. Maybe engines. Maybe the regular old engines can use slightly worse quality. I will save a couple of the good ones for sitting in a chest, you know? That's useful. I killed Vulcanus personally for my mech armor. That sounds nice. That sounds lovely. Not gonna happen for me though, of course. Oh, we don't have the tier 1 good speed modules, huh? Alright, I cannot simply change these for tier 2 because those use more power. Then we are probably not running at minus 80%. Very important. Okay, so let's take a look at how many we need. I think that's the last legal thing. Yeah, that's the last legal thing we need from our base. The rest is just illegal stuff, which we cannot have. So we are struggling for speed modules a little. I should have made more speed modules, but oh well. Am I making straight up good ones? I think I am. I have a lot of this anyway. So let's go check the results on my super 6 in 10,000 chance result of the efficiency modules, my obviously altered game files. For those of you who missed that, we started making some of these modules, and on every single one of these 4 assemblers, the first result was a rare one. 4 rare ones landed in the chest as the 4 first results. Approximately 6 in 10,000 odds, which is twice as likely as rolling 5 dice and having them all land on the same number of eyes. So basically like rolling a Yahtzee. We should have a count in here. So 52 against 165. That means we produce in total... See, that sounds like a weird count. What's going on there? How is that? Ah, no, of course it's odd because of the productivity bonus. That can happen. 217 modules got produced. That does sound like a weird number though. We're just gonna roll with it. Well, let's do 17 divided by 3 anyway. It's probably a very normal number, like 72 2/3. Okay, something is weird. The bots have messed with this. They have given me stuff from these chests already. Efficiency module production. We have a backup. I don't think we produced a lot of efficiency modules in the last 10 hours, so our actual results are here. 52 out of the 300 modules we produced were rare. So 52 divided by 300, 17.333% rare results, and of course we've got 16% quality in there. So slightly better than average, but after the first 4 results were already known, that obviously was expected. So we really should then look after that first result. The odds were 48 out of 296 for the rest of it, and that is pretty much bang on, 16%. So looks like I gave myself an out. Nee, that's not the way to say it. I wanted to make a joke about my game files not being altered, but everybody knows they are. I admitted it myself when I said I sometimes replace the music in my music folder for tracks from Space Age before I discovered the music playlist extender mod, so there you got it. Alright, anyway, let's wait for these to finish, because I will forget that I made those. Yeah, mech armor is 5 million signs. I think it's about as much. It's in the same ballpark as the amount of Volgora sign specs you need to finish the game, just to get mech armor. It would help if my roboport was on. And finally we can put the last stuff in. Right, what kind of power lines we still have? Still have some. Right, that does it. Everything is placed except for illegal infinity stuff. So let's get rid of those. I know this is plastics. We've got iron and I suppose copper somewhere as well. That's plastics, iron and copper. Iron and copper, alright. No more blinky blinky. Some more blinky blinky. Lubricant, alright. Just a quick scan with my roboport. We got some more stuff, alright. More sulfuric acid, copper, iron. Now we're done. No more blinky blinky. Everything is powered except for blue chips, so let's go to the left side. I want to see if we can use the same power system for here and here, because it's basically the same thing. Build that against the foundry here. Can we make a nice square? Or like some sand figure. I think that should work. Does it work on here? Does it need to? This belt is not necessary, that's just for blue chip output. Remnant from copy pasting. That means this belt can go up. Plastics is probably just going to come in from the bottom here. But if it's not, it can come in like such. We only need a yellow belt. That's why it is that weird one yellow belt in there for my own reminder. Okay, that's not gonna fit. Okay, let's not try to imitate it then, because it's gonna be different anyway. This is traditionally powered with just a simple wooden power pole. I think that will look fine. Right, then I should be able to just do this and enable the roboport again. And of course we are one effing power line shorter. It has to be like that. It always has to be like that. And I think I'm completely out as well. No, we still have foil. Alright, let's pick it up then. Let's pick it up. Yeah, this is the yellow signs build. We did not really design it on here. I designed the individual parts myself already off cam. Because it's a temporary build, I just didn't want to dwell too long on it. But this is the temporary yellow signs belt, which is gonna make us a bunch of quality blue chips in the process. So it's like a mixed build. I can do a bit of yellow signs when we're gone. I needed blue chips and low density structures anyway to start up the rocket silo area again. And we get a bunch of quality chips out of it. So that's 3 advantages for making this build at this time. It's night again, so let's see if we can fit in some nice lights. Something like that is alright, I think. We can copy that to the other side. We can hide the lights behind here. I think this is better if they are on a single line. Can they be? They can. They're a bit slimmer. Right, and again, we can just walk, drag, switch on the lights. Right, not too bad. Just low density structures left. Yeah, that'll do. How's oil? I wonder if this tank is already full again. No. We just don't have the pumping capacity. It's too full to weigh all of it. And we could get an idea of oil. $40k a minute. Consumption is dropping. So we are dropping again to 40k a minute. But as soon as this switches on, we're gonna be good. We need to do a couple more things. Of course, we need to build out the yellow signs assemblers. That might be important. Who put this oil line right through the yellow signs? Who did that? Who of you was it, chat? Come on. I don't have all day. Who did this? Nobody, huh? I see how it is. Alright. I'll reroute it myself then. Now we can place the pump here then as well. Thank you, bots. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you very much. That already is powered. temporary. Okay, we still got a bunch of assemblers. We still got a bunch of inserters. This is basically the blue signs build. Just not really sure how many assemblers we will need. We're gonna do 450 SPM so we can kind of calculate that. This is 1.03 a second. We don't have good speed modules in here. Don't really need to do that. We're not. Those are required for 2K SPM. So I think it's fine if we just put the cheap ones in here. Thanks, Josh, for the Prime subscription. Yeah, we did finish laser damage 4 a bit later than I originally intended, but we did fix it. We are currently doing 42 damage with the laser turrets. I think there was 28 when we started. So it's 50% more damage for no extra power cost. That's what I think at the moment. Yeah, 110% damage boost in total. %, 30%, 20 and 20. So we had 40% and we added 70%. So it sounds to be from 140 to 210. Yeah, that's exactly 1.5 times, right? From 140% damage to 210. 50% more damage than what we were doing at laser damage 2. It also means actually this is the level where I imagined we would be able to take on anything, including those behemoth worms with their 80% laser resistance and 3000 hit points in big masses. So that might be a bit overconfident. We're not going to find out now though. 450 SPM. We're missing a beacon on this guy. 450 divided by 60 is approximately 7.5 a second to 1.08, which means we need 7 assemblers to do that. Question is, do I overbuild a bit? I think I do, maybe 10. I'm not really sure how it's gonna work out. Expand yellow signs. Build yellow signs, I suppose. Alright, then we just change it to yellow signs and we should be good. Let's check the insertion rates. We have quality inserters, so that's okay. We have, yeah, nothing is above 1 per second. So if we put low density structures on one side and blue chips with robot frames on the other side, we should be able to keep up no problem. Why are some of these faster? Oh, we did put the good modules in here now. Let's not do that, we don't have that many of them. It's not necessary. .1 times 10 will be 11 per second. That's just to power the beacon, alright. We might just put the beacon there then, for now, temporarily. 11 a second. 660, okay, that is probably more than plenty. I'm thinking about building robot frames double so I can go double SPM. If I want to have that option, I need to extend this a bit. $14 times 1.1 is 900. That's way more than I need. I cannot sustain 900 SPM, so this is definitely enough science assemblers, and I don't need to do any belt switching shenanigans, I don't think. It's already too many. Alright, we'll do this. That looks okay. Alright, so science packs in go on red belts. Science packs out on yellow. That is fine. One of these needs low density structures, the other needs robot frames and blue chips mixed. This is a 6 belt array, so that is convenient. Alright. I think my first priority should be switching on low density structures really, since we are out of those. We don't have enough to launch the next set of rocket fuel, and the spaceship is probably almost ready to embark on the way back. How are our calcite reserves doing anyway? 9k. Okay, we don't have that much time. How are we using so much? We're gonna use even more. I think I need to request down the fulls. I need to request down more, basically. To request down a bit more. So I suppose let's, before doing anything else, let's just focus on getting low density structures up. It's very simple. Pipe of iron, pipe of copper. Are we gonna do something fancy? We could just try to connect the iron and copper through the bills themselves here everywhere. Iron could be coming in from that side, for example. Copper is right here, so that should be easy. That's gonna switch that guy on already. I suppose I cannot really switch this on scenically anyway. Let's just go. There's more copper though, we need copper there as well, so I probably want to... So I want this to come in from over here instead. Then we can just bring it around as well. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Again, try to use underground pipes everywhere to not get stuck in the infrastructure nowhere. You can just walk through underground pipes, no matter how many there are. There is no interaction box. Whereas with regular pipes you just bump into them all the time and you can just get yourself stuck in a corner and stuck between machinery, and it's just horrible. So I'm going to overspend as much as I need on these things. That could be iron. Copper is here. Copper and iron, that could be like such. Switch the temporary signs over here, and copper could be here instead of here. A little bit of a waste. I think we just need to switch it on. Copper there. Okay, iron here then. Should be fairly easy. There's iron coming out here. That is iron, and I did connect iron already. Great. That goes very, very fast, doesn't it? Quality as well. Oh, good. Everything in quality. It's working. It's working. You get everything in quality. Editing mic is gonna kill me though if I let this just flow on the bells before his dramatic switch everything on scene. So I'm sorry about that. Two need to be connected here, so if we connect the rest through here, we should be alright. Iron can just flow through this build. I can break my principles here and get stuck in this build all the time. You can rotate that, it doesn't look nice though. There's the copper pipe anyway. Copper pipe not being useful. It's slotted through the top here. Out of pipes. Alright, something like that. Well, let's grab a couple pipes. Oh, thanks Shadow of Nyx for the Prime subscription. Sorry I missed you. Probably already a while ago. 14 times 1.1 is 900. Ish. Ish. Right? Ish. We forgot the ish part. The bots can take a break. I connected the iron pipe to the copper pipe, did I now? Probably did. There's iron pipe. Where does the copper pipe go? Copper pipe goes here. Oh, that's even better. That's good, it's empty. Copper pipe, copper pipe, copper pipe. Some people say you should put pipes on your hotbar. I used to have that. But then I stopped caring or something. I don't know why. I needed space for something and the pipes had to go. Alright, that looks better. Thanks, that would have been an annoying mistake to fix. There's nothing more which requires that here, so it's just a matter of going up to low density structures now with both pipes. It kind of calls for this to exist somewhere else. Also, sulfuric acid needs to go up at some point, so I suppose it's fine. Going off by one. Miss the iron belt there. Alright. Okay, now we can see the iron pipe is blue at least, because already iron was in there. This is the copper pipe. There's gotta be that one. This is the iron pipe, which is gotta be this one. Did I mess it up again? Why did that update color? That is not good. It is blue though. I'm just gonna switch it on and fail instead of trying to figure it out. I think that's the way to go. We'll put this in place because switching on low density structures is going to be a nice moment. Then again, it switches on when plastics comes around anyway, so let's put that back. Nothing is going to happen here until we connect plastics there. And then low density structures is just going to need to go out. Oh, that is enough pipe works to at least get low density structures running. We can later figure out how we're gonna do this. It's gonna have to be switched on already. Because now the stuff goes through here. I think it's fine. It's all fine. This won't switch on until sulfuric acid. And then we still need to connect it to robot frames. Right. Fine then. Connect copper and iron molten to many things. You can find out yourself, editing Mike. Let's go. Green chips. And in what quantities? That's almost a full belt of green chips. Not quite though, not quite a full belt, but we don't need quite a full belt. Here comes steel, quality steel, look at that. Quality pipes, quality gears, everything just amassed randomly, so let's just throw that back in there as well and pretend we never touched that. Oh look, some quality steel, can you imagine? Nice. Now one chest here is empty, which is not nice. Alright. This will just back up for now. This will make the iron and copper for batteries. It goes in, we just need sulfuric acid and the batteries come out. How is power? Okay, we have a gigawatt of power now in terms of solar. So that is good. Copper and iron is in here, we just need to connect plastics and we are saved. And the ship is on the way back with its laser damage 4 upgrade. A lot of asteroids are spawning, so let's have a look. Let's up the speed. We should be able to up the speed now. Definitely the Fulgoran lag is the problem. You know what, but we're not going on the Fulgoran lag, are we? Let's just watch the ship at full speed. See if it can survive the asteroid onslaught. Don't see the speed nor the distance to northeast. Okay, I still think it's not enough damage to confidently destroy any combination of unfortunately clustered asteroids. But it's way faster than it was before, that is for sure. I suppose it's 50% faster than it was before, that is for sure. Because the damage has been upped by 50%. And we've upped the speed by 500%, so that is not great perhaps. I also did not save before this flight. Well, we're in now. We're in too deep now to change. If we lose an asteroid collector, so be it. Walls are replaceable. Yikes. Yeah, some of them are coming quite close. accumulators still seem full, they just need to sometimes help the solar panels for providing enough power. Not really draining them yet. I think we're entering Norwegian airspace. Are we? Maybe already-ish a bit. So that means we survived the trip at full speed. Look at that thing, it's going at 113 kilometers a second. Not to Vulcanus though, that is gonna drain the accumulators faster than you can say something. So let's we'll put some speed limit on there. We're already at Norvis now. Let's try. Need to monitor it though. If we go too fast. 50% extra. So technically we can go 22.5. Realistically though, we're flying between 15 and 25 because of the way the pumps act. Let's go 25. And if we remember to monitor it, we can maybe up it a little bit more. We need to monitor the accumulator level when we're approaching Vulcanus, basically. Alright, rocket fuel is being loaded. These chests are gonna empty out real quick now. Oh wait, we might have enough for this point still. There was still a lot of LDSs on the belt as well. And 2 of the rockets, 20 rockets were already ready. That's 1000 low density structures and ready rockets. So I think we're gonna be okay. I think we'll be able to launch this batch of low density structures still without switching on the new LDS plans just yet. If you only limit the oxidizer or fuel, it's more stable. I think you need some better circuitry to make it more stable. I took out the bots for my personal bot area, that's why this is taking forever. Alright, that's almost ready to launch though. We're gonna watch one launch. Let's watch one launch over the labs. And the fish lake. And the horrible science splitter. We need more fish in the lake, man. Where are my priorities this playthrough? I have no idea. Bingo! Ah, Mike stops to watch rockets. Yeah, I guess that was on there, right? Congratulations. I'll drink to that. Coffee though. Yeah, we're gonna have enough to launch up this batch of rocket fuel still. I forgot about the 1000 low density structures and ready rockets and the ones on the belt. So we're gonna have nothing left after this, but that's fine. That is fine. We should have 30k in here now. It would help if I had a GUI to show that. 30k. That's a lot. But we still have plenty of space. Alright, good to know. Okay, that's pretty good. Not a lot of the iron is flowing just yet. We're using everything from space. Copper is kind of balanced as well. So I suppose I think we're just we're not gonna prepare properly. We're just gonna switch on LDSs and belt LDSs over to the LDS area. We've got a deficit to make up here. We've got like 10k blue chips or something. 6.5k blue chips and 400 LDS. So we need to produce 6000 for this area just to balance this area alone. We definitely do not have enough plastics, but we can solve that later as well. I will prioritize blue signs. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, let's bring in the plastics belts, I suppose. Then we're off to mining again. Mining coal. We can switch on... Can we switch on the rest as well? It'd be nice to switch on the rest as well. Right, the 2 fake belts of plastics, which we don't really have, go up these. Hey, thanks Der Pumu for the raid. Or should I say dank dir? Do a 4x4 splitter, not because we need a splitter, but so I can prioritize plastics going out to blue signs instead of going out to low density structures for now. Until we got enough. We're not actually, we don't need to stash up anything just yet, as long as we've got as long as we got what? As long as we are not making yellow signs, we don't need to start needing more resources there. I hear some sounds in the background, but I missed it. I was right about the language. The dare kind of gives it away. I don't think a lot of countries use that. Thanks. Hey Macado, thanks for the 1 year of Prime subscriptions. Thanks a lot, man. I think I can safely destroy this Gordian knot of side-loading monstrosities and belt weaving and whatnot. Because this area is never going to be used again, which means all these belts and all these belts can go. And rocket fuel doesn't need any belts, it's just light oil. So as long as light oil stays intact, we should be good. We do want to keep... I guess we can move that, but we do want to keep... copper cable and steel going up, because that is space platforms. For now at least. Oh man, I don't even want to look at this, how it worked before. I'm not gonna talk about it. Alright, there we go. That can go. Let's also get just rid of this belt. If we're cleaning up, we should clean up properly a bit. Alright, the rest can stay for now. Shove it to the side for sentimental. I'm not a sentimental person. Where did you get that idea? Not pipes. There should not be pipes in there, just bells. I don't know why we're still keeping these trees. They're gonna have to go at some point anyway. Lots of plastics. Right, that will do for now. This area we can clean up later. We are not needing... Don't need that area for anything. Plastics though, where are they gonna roll? They need to go here. And here. And that's it. Just here and to here. So I suppose we'll just turn right. One of them goes here. Don't even know what that belt is supposed to be doing. Oh, that was the old blue signs, the temporary blue signs belt, I suppose. Okay, one plastic belt over there. And the LDS plastic belt. I suppose just over here. And that should be low density structures then. Out of red belts. Let's pick up some. Oh my, I have this on still. Yeah, let's keep that on. Bots can organize some of the stuff. They also should automatically replenish some of my red belts here, so that's nice. Ah, already done? Nice. Let's go. Power on Vulcanus. I don't really have power on Vulcanus at the moment. I have very little on Vulcanus. I just have some efficiency modeled calcite miners which bring calcite to novice. And this thing which requires all the power, the rocket silo which can continuously launch rockets. You need to produce 1.85 rocket parts a second for a rocket to be able to continuously launch without the cargo doors closing. And that is what using most of the power really. But yeah, we're gonna get nuclear. Didn't really think I would be getting that, but my science pace is just too blazing, too blistering. A full 2 signs per minute. Not 2000, 2 signs per minute. And I cannot keep up because I don't know why. Because I'm me. It just doesn't work. Alright, that should be low densities. It's productivity moduled, but also minimized in energy cost, minus 80%, because beacons. Fairly cheap as well with the uncommon modules here. This we don't need. This is going to be blue chips. Blue chips is going to need to meet up with robot frames. So I suppose low density structures is eventually going to be this belt. It's going to be a yellow belt. Let's not kid ourselves. It's going to be a yellow belt. It can be red from after that part though. Is it going to be a yellow belt? These foundries are fast, no? 0.67 times 14. Yeah, I think that's less. 15. Yeah, less than 1 times 14 is going to be less than 15, isn't it? It's 9.38, alright. Mathematical genius problem for the day solved. We do want to send off low density structures then towards rocket parts, and I suppose blue chips as well. Temporarily that can be done like such. We can join that on one belt. Oh hey! Thanks a bunch Macado for the 10 gifted subscriptions. Congratulations to all the people who don't need to watch ads anymore. A good deed has been done. Thanks a bunch. I spontaneously start placing belts in the wrong direction because of that. Alright, let's do this. Will output prioritize science? It's not gonna run anyway. But here as well. This is the only way for people to hear the train sounds on my streams, by the way. I still haven't built a single train, I think. Progress. First locomotive, incomplete. I've got logistics bots, I've got beacons, I've got construction bots, I've got oil and red belts. Well, a train I still didn't make. We're gonna make trains on Fulgora, we have to. There's no other option. If I just combine this on one belt, this kind of seems a bit... Seems like a bit... Yeah, I almost got getting on track like a pro. I mean, you need to get it before 900 hours or something. What was the achievement again? 900 hours? Don't exactly remember. We're just gonna do 2 yellows. Yellow belts are the backbone of my base after 300 hours. We're ever so slowly transitioning to red belts, but not really, only if I really have to. And the yellow belts as well. Right. Where do we need to go? We need to somehow fork that in the output belts over here, I suppose. We're gonna fake that. So I'll just connect low density structures to here, and blue chips I'll side load onto here. We can do that. Just have to cheat and put in one of those. That would work. Yeah, we are short too many to quickly handcraft, so we can pick up the old science belt. I'm faster than the bots. Deconstructing by hand. Look, I'm making ground on them. Bot speed 2. Alright, let's not spend... Yikes, too late. All the energy. Alright. That was a temporary blue sign supply line before we actually moved blue signs over here. And have another bot storm. I suppose that's enough. I don't need to overdo it with the belts. Did the ship actually go to Fulgora? Oh, it already is there. Is there a signal D for damage taken? There is no signal D for damage taken. I think that remembers it until the next flight starts. You can read damage taken from D. I don't exactly know when it resets. If anybody knows, please let me know. I think it resets when it starts to do the next leg of the journey. So if it had taken damage, I think it should be in here, but it's not. Right, so here we are getting blue chips and low densities. And then it will come back to northeast. Boy, that is way too fast for a man of my caliber. Where are we going up with the belts? Looks like here. Oh, we need to go around, huh? We can make our way through here. It's possible. Then we have to turn off this guy. We can sideload blue chips like so. This is output on the right side of the belt, I think, so... Yeah, we cannot do that. I can switch it off though. So it looks normal. Okay, low density structures can then be snaked through there. Can it? Oh, it cannot. I need to move the outsider configuration. Yeah, now we can do it, right? That will be low densities, and they have to be loaded into there. On no particular site. What the heck is this bot doing? What are you stealing from me? I have no idea. Could be dangerous. Is there a logistics chest around here? 5. Those should just be... what? Where are the 5 logistics chests? Three or 5. Here. Rocket fuel, rocket fuel. I guess there's some for blue chips then as well. Okay, they're kinda hidden in there, looks like. Blue chips is hidden over here. Alright. Weird. I don't know what the bots came to do then. Pick up something and change their mind. Okay, it does not matter what goes in where. We'll keep it on the same side as the output originally was. No, we won't, because we can actually output a full belt of the things. So how many do we want to stash up on Norvis again? We might just fill up these chests completely. Kinda regret making all these connections now. The red ones are... per line, I think. Alright, I'm not going to do this by hand for all of them. I think we can just do this. And connect these again. We might as well just fill this up again, no? In case anything goes wrong. At some point. We no longer have quality coming out of here, so that's alright. Yeah, I think the red cables are thing of the past. These chests are still full. It's probably faster to do this then. Alright. To get rid of any circuit conditions which used to exist on there. Good. Now we know how to come in. LDS on the left, blue chips on the right, and the big underground belt for here. How is that coming in anyway? Looks like low densities are on the top, which means low densities are on the right, which means they're on the wrong side, sir. Yeah, we're sideloading those onto here now. So we gotta do like a sneaky switcheroo, which nobody notices somewhere. Like right here. Just before the enter of a tunnel, we can switch him around like a noob. And that'll do. That'll work beautifully. Right, then we are finally ready, I think, to switch on the low density structures. We've literally got 0 left on Navis. We're right in time. I do hope we have enough iron and copper for this. Actually, we might need to upgrade these foundries. They are supposed to be rare. Currently they're common. So that's 60% slower or something. Alright. New low density structures. Holy moly, the first step. New LDS. Switch on. I won't give you that bingo square. Maybe I already did it. Anyway, here we go. Low densities are going to be output on that side. Quite fast. Appreciate it, man. I've never procrastinated so much at work because someone before. Not sure I should be saying thank you for that. But I guess, yeah. That's something. If someone have to continue the game. Just arrived where we at? We are in the process of making yellow signs. But first we are making low density structures for the rocket silo, because we are completely out, and if calcite imports stop, the entire base stops. We just made it in the nick of time. I accidentally took the modules away from one of the hand-feeding EM plants. Oh no! I don't see it. Maybe I reload after that or something. It's pretty hard to take him away by accident. From a beacon, perhaps. Is there a beacon here? Oh yeah, the beacon. Let's copy that on there. And then the next time we are in the vicinity, the journeys will fly out. Alright, so that's good. Low density structures. First they are going to science, where they're doing nothing, because we don't have blue chips or robot frames yet. But then they go to the rocket parts. Right, that's gonna slowly arrive. The ship is above Norvis. We do have the 2400 rocket fuel on board, but that was the last possible launch. And we're about to fly off to Vulcanus again, so we're really in the nick of time. Question is, do I need more mining drills? How many do I have? I think I should be mining with rare drills, to be honest. Let's send them down. I did it, now they're down. Okay, we do have the option to also quality backup. Engines. Let's bring those down as well. Right, the important step is up, of course. This plastic is gonna run out real soon. Doesn't look like it, but it is just belt buffer. If we go back all the way to the source, we are still fine, but the coal belts are no longer very fine. And that should have actually also bumped up petroleum gas consumption by quite a lot, I suppose. 46k, 55k, okay, that's significantly more. Production is just gonna slowly rise, I think. Because the reservoirs were all the way full, so the pump slowly activates and all that kind of stuff. Grab modules. Focus. It's gonna be waste, but you can recycle miners and hope of quality. Yeah, that's too wasteful for the moment. I don't have enough miners to do that. Especially it's unlikely to upcycle twice. So I have to use these, which are my backup rare drills for the time being. Okay, I grabbed the modules. I was supposed to upgrade the engines. Let's use them if we have them. Better use it in something you don't really need than just have them sitting idle in a chest, right? Alright, I will bring those low density structures down. Okay, and the bots have put the modules back in here, so that's nice as well. All the modules go away. Alright, no camp plans. The bots don't pick those up, do they? They do. Alright. I'll do it myself now. Too late, bots. Nothing for you anymore. Alright, what's the next step? The next step is probably mining more coal for plastics before trying to switch on any of the other stuff. Could try to make sulfuric acid. If we switch on batteries, we can switch on all of this. We can start collecting bot frames. If I start collecting bot frames, that would be a good... That would basically count like our yellow signs per minute start moment. If this was on and running at full blast. And we had enough low density structures. So enough plastics. But we can overproduce low density structures and blue chips later because these are overtuned for yellow signs because we need to produce additional ones for the rockets. So I overbuilt that quite a bit. But this is limited to 450 SPM, kind of. So if I switch this on and start stashing them, I will be producing 450 SPM bot frames from this moment. So I will be producing 450 SPM signs from this moment because later I can spend those extra bot frames again. Following that logic, we should make sulfuric acid right now. We have now the actual number since the modules are in there. How much sulfuric acid do we need? 6.8 times 12. If this is on continuously, it is 13.6 a second. And blue chips is 1.87 times 12. That is... something is off. Ah, times 2. Alright, I see. It was over 100 before. It is over 100 now. Which means we can exactly quite precisely not use regular quality chemical plants, because that will make only 100. If I use rare ones, it will make 160. If I then give it only 4 out of the 5 sulfur plants it needs, it's gonna make 128. So I guess we'll do that. That makes for an easy setup. 2 sulfur into 1 sulfuric acid instead of 5 sulfur into 2 sulfuric acid. So we'll use the rare ones. 6 of them. 6 of them, that's all we need then. And I suppose, do I use productivity? Because oil stuff is gonna get expensive now. I can use Mark 1 productivities. Those don't really have great, very bad effects. And I guess we'll use some efficiency beacon. Okay, it looks like we're taking this again. Never mind me, bots. Give me all the modules from all the chests. In a modest amount. Thanks. And I suppose we could use some more belts, since we're gonna have to do a lot of connecting up. Both yellows. As well as a couple extra red ones. Alright, then priority is now getting this switched on. Plastic belt buffer is quite large. Don't seem to have any problems keeping the belts compressed yet, which is surprising. Maybe I'm producing more coal than I think, or maybe I need... Oh wait, the coal belts also were backed up, of course, so... Yeah, a lot of backing up on the belts, a lot of belt buffers in this base, so it takes quite a while before you see the true problems. Here the one side of the coal is still backed up, so we have more coal than it looks like at the belt, because here everything is flowing. Okay, we need another sulfur setup, so it looks like we're not gonna use this. So am I getting rid of that? I'll just leave it in place. We need iron as well, though. We do need iron as well. Preferably automated from somewhere. Everything is so easy with this liquid, man. I can just literally plop down an iron maker next to here, and it should be good. Alright, rare quality. So then the idea is basically sulfur into sulfuric acid. Times 2. Pipe network. You can literally build it right behind here, there's no problem at all. We don't need to skip a beat, it can just be adjacent. Right. Wait, what? How did this flip around? Ah, wait, yeah, it flipped around because I flipped it around. That is a good reason for stuff flipping around. That's gonna make sulfur, let's put some back in there. 3.2 a second though, that means We're gonna need 2 inserters to keep up. Even the good ones, like these. And we need iron. We need some iron here somehow. Iron, water is just gonna come in from the back here. That's sulfuric acid. Once we connect that. And we would insert some iron. Let's put some iron here. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna put some productivity in there. And try to slow it down with the beacon. It doesn't really matter if it affects more than one. I just want to get to minimum energy consumption. Let's put it down in a dump way. Plus 120% energy consumption. Minus 19. Minus 77. That's good enough. There's minus 80 for these, minus 77 for those. Can plop one more up here for these two. Now these are super efficient. Foundry. Okay, yes, a little bit wider than I thought it would be, but still fine. Iron. Suppose that's gonna. Oh wait, output for sulfuric acid, right? Sure. That will make iron plates. Suppose we can even stash pots in here. Should be a bit more a little bit more careful with my modules here, I think. Maybe switching around that guy is the way to go. Then my water can come in symmetrically. And this beacon can move. And it still doesn't do what I want. Alright. Never mind then. If that one flips, this one needs to flip as well, or it will look dumb. Sorry, yeah, I'm fumbling a little bit. Yeah, get it in there. Put it back to how it was. How it was the first time, it was good. Just like when you need to move furniture somewhere. It was good how it was. Now I don't remember how it was. It was like this, I think. Alright, just the good modules in there. It's fine. It's fine. It's cheap. It's cheap and it's fine. Alright, then sulfuric acid. Where is it going to go out? Does it really matter? No, so let's keep it compact. We'll send it out over here. Kind of violating my rule of not letting myself get trapped, but we can still do it actually. I think like this it's fairly difficult to get trapped into the infrastructure. And we got sulfuric acid. Now we just need to do the iron stuff. 1.36 plates a sec. Oh, that's way more than I was imagining. 1.36. Can we even do that? Please open my lookup table, so I will calculate it. 1.34 a second. Oh wait, no, we don't need the full speed because we don't have the full productivity there. I think this is going to be fine if we use this guy. Slightly slower, but these are not going to keep up anyway, I think. Yeah, these produce 6.4 and this can eat 6.8. So, yes. Please. Put it into there. These can be regulars as well. Can they? I thought they could. Yeah, that makes sense. Not really, I suppose, but oh well. Okay. This is why I do a bunch of the designing for yellow signs off cam, because this just I get stuck in this kind of petty design decisions forever, basically. We got automated sulfuric acid. That is what counts. Now we just need to connect it and build up bot frames. But that is gonna happen after the dinner break, because I'm hungry and dinner is ready. So I'm gonna save here. 1200 saves this page. It's taking a little bit more time than I originally thought it would. Anyway, as done. Holy moly. What do we want to watch? Do we want to watch the ship? The ship blasts at full speed. It's gonna fly for a bit, I suppose. If we just go full speed, see if it survives. Mix the conditions a bit. Alright, it should keep on flying until it dies now. We're gonna load anyway. So enjoy the flight, enjoy the destruction. Let's zoom a bit further than this. Something like that. Are we going yet, or what's the plan? We should be going. I think some stuff is on the way still. but it should be going any moment. There we go. Right, enjoy the flight. Don't forget to fasten your seatbelt because you're gonna need it. And I'll see you after the dinner break. Full speed, yeah, here we go. Alright. Looks like I missed a bunch of stuff. One collector is dead. Oh no, we lost the collector. Alright, the collector died shortly before arriving at Vulgora because power ran out. Yeah, that was kinda expected. Why is the ship stationary though? Didn't we have an infinite schedule going on? Ah, okay, that is why the ship is stationary. Auto requests. Alright. Looks like I missed Doshington. They're probably already gone, but he said, you know, the challenge is tough when you need 2 sulfuric acid plants. That is definitely a true story. I could just make the ship longer with even more solar panels and accumulators. That would solve the power issue as well. But you know, with the great cost comes even greater ingredient cost or something. This is already 8,800 platforms. And platforms are 20 steel a pop, so that is 200,000 steel you're looking at right now. Which is a million iron. A million iron just for the spaceship floor for this thing. Kinda crazy. My chat was frozen for quite a while apparently. Because I also missed a bunch of chat before I went on the break, I see. Sorry about that. Sometimes the chat just does that. It just freezes up and I think people are not chatting and then 70 messages spawn in at the same time and I cannot read them all. Can we stop at McDonald's? We have McDonald's at home. Right. How did the ship do in general when it was not flying to Vulgora? Any damage? Any asteroids crashing into the front would be good to know. Kinda crazy how many asteroids it grips onto. Ship was completely fine until it got close to Vulgora. Alright, good to know. That's way faster than we're planning to go basically ever with this ship. I guess no, once we get to like the truly high level of laser damage upgrade, we should be able to even fly close to Vulgora. Because if we do 10 times the damage on a laser turret, it uses 1/10 of the power. If you pay for the shooting speed upgrade, but not for the damage upgrade. It has like a energy per shot cost. So if it shoots more often, you pay this energy more often. But if it does more damage with that shot, it just uses the same energy. Currently we have a shooting speed of almost 3 a second, and you can see max consumption is almost thrice 800 kilojoules. I gave stream hiccup. Let's just hope it was a hiccup. I think we are ready to continue then. I'm gonna reload to the pre-dinner save. Of course, we did not really want to send the ship away and stuff, and we kinda still have a little bit of a problem with doing the stuff. The stuff still needs to be done before we can do other stuff. And the first stuff is about switching on bot frames. As soon as we switch on bot frames, we virtually have yellow science production at 450 SPM starting. The actual science production will start a bit later, but it will be a bit higher until it matches 450 after a while. So let's connect bot frames. And I'm out of pipes. We have pipes. We have pipes at home. Alright, there's some pipes in there. I hope I can make enough of those to actually get there. Where do we need to go? Sulfuric acid first and foremost, then needs to go to batteries. later it also needs to go to blue chips. Would it be smart if I just branched it off down here somehow? There's a nice opening here. Let's try that. This is connected on that opening, so this can be opened up. Then it's kind of hard to get out of here with sulfuric acid. So we need to do something like this, I suppose. And then sulfuric acid is this one. And then realistically, we only need to connect sulfuric acid to the very left side over here. Somewhere over here. We cannot go through the foundries because that is one tile too far. So we need to go out. I guess we could join up with the sulfuric acid from this plant. At least we will use this up then. It's no longer getting fat, but that's fine. Coming out here. So this just goes up until it comes over here. Technically this distance is okay. No, it's not. Alright, we'll just have to branch off somewhere over here then. We can make it go through the same horizontal here. Alright, so that's sulfuric acid for blue chips. This should now work again. There we go. Right, there's still a bunch of iron in there, so this is not yet working. That's keeping up well enough. I think that's enough sulfuric acid production. I think that'll do. Right, so sulfuric acid is in here, which means blue chips will start producing as soon as we connect plastics and the copper and iron pipes to there as well. Which means... Why is low density structures not being... sorry about that. I'm a little bit of a scatterbrain sometimes. This is apparently not connected. People probably will have pointed that out in chat already. Sorry about that. Low density structures goes here, then it switches to the left so it does not get side loaded onto the blue chip belt. Priority splitters, very noob friendly. How's nuclear power nu? Yeah, we're still doing 2k SPM. Let's take a look. We haven't looked at science for a while. 2124 SPM over 1 hour, exactly according to specification. It's gonna be a while before we have this graph flat again. But if we look over the 50-hour graph, let's look 250 hours. We had the 1k SPM period from 900 struggle until it actually got 1k SPM for over 50 hours. Nice. And we started dabbling in 2k SPM 30 hours ago, a bit with red and green signs. And now we're truly getting there. So we'll see if we go to... It is probably it will not be a perfect 2124 because we didn't care much yet to have that. But we'll see, we might have that from here on out. depending on if we keep what we research in what order and how much buffered science. It's probably not going to happen. The buffered science issue is gonna mess that up. Oh, that should be batteries. That should be batteries. Let's connect it. It's not batteries, it's not connected because this one. Right, we are connecting over here. Alright, now we have batteries. Bitrate is fluctuating again. Oh, I see. One moment. I'll be right back. Alright, yeah, so bitrate is back. I guess we'll just continue and pretend that everything is fine. Everything's fine. Alright, so what does need to go where again? It looks like batteries come from over here and electric engines come on this belt, which then meet up over here. And why specifically batteries? Because the rest of this stuff is also used in engines and electric engines, the green circuits. So it's gotta be batteries. Diagonal belt. Oh wait, I moved this over, so this now no longer nicely lines up over there. I think we're gonna pretend that it does. Okay, that doesn't work. We'll precisely place the belts then. Belt 1, belt 2, belt 3, everything can be yellow, just like in the good old days. You know, which haven't passed yet on this playthrough. Here we still have the good old days. Alright. Here we go. Give me some quality steel. Oh, there we go. Nice. Hey, Doc Shanrock, thanks for the 18 months. By this definition, Sistine Chapel is a temporary church. Everything on Earth is temporary. Don't you know the sun will absorb the Earth in 5 billion years? Everything is temporary, man. Alright, who thought of this contraption and why does it look like this? That is a good question. What needs to go where? Looks like engine ingredients go on here and here. Electric engine ingredients too, so we just need to combine everything. It is basically everything that comes. Yeah, all ingredients need to go on both these belts, and the exit belt is the belt in the middle. That's going to be a bit difficult. So first of all, we need to split off steel and green chips, and that needs to keep going at full speed, I imagine. So it's gonna be... we can do the popular thing, the popular half belty thing. And just take it out like that. And that is the first 4 resources. Now those need to go onto there and there, and then this guy needs to go onto there. Sure, something like that, that will work. Goes up. There's an ingredient in batteries or in robot frames. Batteries and electric engines come from the left, and this comes from the right. Looks like it's the same principle. I designed this like almost a week ago, so it's a little bit of a... watch these alternating belts go. Don't stare at this for too long. Right, I saw the bitrate going again, so I quickly went to check on something, but I didn't find it. Let's check. Are we still up? We should be back up. Now the connection is okay again. We just had another like 20-second lapse. Man, this is annoying. I cannot find the problem. It's been wobbling all over the place. Is YouTube dead? I don't see it reacting anymore. I know, YouTube is still live. Alright, YouTube is still live. Okay. Good. Alright, everything is fine now, right? I'm gonna assume everything is fine. I don't have biter problems, but I just lost the ER and now I have bit problems. Bitrate problems. Oh wait, we're not starting up. We're not starting up at all. We don't have heavy oil in the base yet. Fine. I think we'll cut it off here. I'll collect this. And we can properly switch it on nicely after everything is here, because it doesn't really make sense to start producing engines just yet then. So that should switch everything on simultaneously. Batteries on this side. Electric engines will be fed out. And there's something here is not right. We're also outputting quality engines on here, but only normal quality stuff will go straight. So no, it is right. Quality engines go on the belt. Normal engines are fed directly into electric engines. And then everything that is not normal quality, which is all engines that are put on the belt, will go into this chest. As well as any quality electric engines that we'll find. And then here they are separated into 2 different types. So that is correct, alright. We definitely need to pick up some underground pipes if we want to go bring over a pipe of heavy oil from all the way out here. Hey, oil is going down. 21k. Just about 21k. It was 22 before. Finally. During the last hour, 45k consumption, 40k production a minute. Finally it's going down. After all this time. Alright. I think let's just go. Is that speed on quality? Yes, they are not as mutually exclusive as you would believe at first glance. There has been a persistent tooltip error for quite a while, which said speed modules decrease quality by a factor of 10 more than they actually do. So if you look at blue chips, it should be 16% quality, because it has 5 of those 3.2% modules. There is a speed module in the beacon, but the remaining quality is 14.7%. So we just lost 1.3% quality, but we are producing at almost double the speed, so sometimes it's worth it. They are more mutually exclusive since Factorio got a patch about that. Wait, what? I saw the mistake was that the tooltip was wrong. Like, this should be quality minus 1.5%. Did they instead change the actual modules to be this much negative impact to quality? What is the point then of having different modifiers if that's the case? Because even the simple speed module is already enough to fully negate the... I would have to take a look at that, but then I will not update because all my builds for now are calibrated very fine around how it currently works. But I think it should not work. I think the tooltip was wrong, not how the actual module worked, right? Alright, now we are definitely feeling the coal shortage, and also the plastic valves are no longer full. So that's something that needs to be addressed in due time. But this is not due time, this is the heavy oil pipe time. I think we have to go all the way around as well, so that's gonna be another nice lookup fest. Probably just adding another pipe to this mess over here. Follow around. Probably right next to light oil if we can. Oh, I don't think we can. Not right here at least. There is no way through for underground pipes here. So we'd have to switch it around at least. We go under. There is space to go under. So then we're on the left side. Could stay on the left side here as well. It'd be kind of nice to fill up the base with heavy oil a bit as well. So maybe we can come in over here then. There is not really a good line to fill up here. We also have we already have petroleum gas, normal oil and light oil in the base. Heavy oil would have to go here perhaps then. And then just join here, I suppose. Okay, that could be good. We'll figure that out. Pumpy stuff, sure. Coming down here, approximately. Pumpy stuff here. We can go north of this, we can. All the way north, all the way north. We're getting somewhere, I think we're almost there now. Stay on the inside. Stay on the outside. Stay on the inside. Okay, we're there. Right. We don't have a heavy oil tank which we can read. So again, I think what we gotta do is very stupid. We can make an oil tank. Oh, I got lubricant here. It's not a lot. Heavy oil just goes here and gets cracked. So what I need to do, this is going to be dumb. We need to pump heavy oil up so that it naturally flows down. No, that's not going to work because we need to pump several times. Yeah, it's not going to work. If it would touch the lubricant directly, then it would work. So why don't I just bring in the lubricant? That's a lubricous idea. Let's not do that. Okay, we'll make a heavy oil tank. We'll flop it here in the forest. And then we can read it. Here's no power. Here there is. Only I knew where the pumps were. That stretches all the way, that's nice. So we'll read the level, say, only if we have... This is the wrong side to put the pump on, really. What are we doing for light oil? 20k? 20k, alright, 20k this. So we'll only crack oil if we have more than 20k in the tank. And if we have less, it will automatically flow to lubricant until we have too much, and then we'll crack it. That's the system. Need to get out of here. Preferably, what was the idea on the inside of here? It's a bit annoying, but we can do that by going here, I suppose. We can even match this pump here. Need to cheat with a good power line. Yeah, I did not look into the specifics of quality, mixing quality with productivity just yet. It sounds like it could be viable, yes, in some situations. I'm just gonna match the light oil pipes. There's probably a Roboport network in range of those underground pipes, one of those Beitels. Alright, bots, you can charge. Alright. All the colors from the pipelines. These new connections are quite informational, I suppose. Let's change this obsolete belt to look nicer before we deconstruct it, after it does nothing for yet another who knows how many hours. Sure. Looking nice. We have good power lines in surplus now, so we can afford to spend some. Oh, here is Biter Base. A bit dangerous. I got my lasers on me. Okay, we need to bridge this somehow. Looks like we are going off course. We've got some backup lasers here as well that we can escape to. Okay, we made it to the next corner. This is why I like to plan the corners out in advance. Then it's just easier to build the rest into your base. You gotta be careful, because if I accidentally despawn one of these... When you do this, we got laser turrets here so I can do it, but when you do this, the underground pipe disappears. And the biter will spawn. So we don't want that. That's fairly dangerous. Here we are safe because of this biter zoo. Oi. That guy was after me, for sure. But that can be pretty disastrous if things go wrong. This is really a multifunctional biter base, isn't it? Look at that. Petroleum gas, oil, light oil, and heavy oil. All the four advanced oil processing products, including oil itself. Now we just need a water pipe through here and then it's complete. Okay, way too many undergrounds, it's fine. We were supposed to go on the outside here, I think. I should say on the right side because there's a belt on the left side. Alright, we are on the right side. So that's fine. Right, nothing wrong yet. Bringing resources back to the base in this base is always a little bit a thing. Right, we gotta sprint around this cliff again. Oh, I lost my construction bot. Forgot about that. It's now just going to the nearest roboport, because I switched to an armor without bots. Alright, we're getting somewhere. We're already on the military science cliff here. Where does this need to go? It's a temporary pipeline, but in the end we'll need it. So we'll probably want to put it somewhere nice. Does that mean right next to here? That probably means right next to here. What is this? Why is this pipe so weird? There's a lot of weird pipes in here, aren't there? Alright. Looks like this is the weird pipe part. I suppose we will continue that tradition. There. Nothing weird to see here. Everything is fine. That is gonna catch me, so let's do this so it doesn't catch me. Oh great, now we get this bull crap. We can move this guy around us. Just a little. And there is the power line. We are close to this chunk edge. Do we like put full pumps in here? I think we kinda do. It's a little bit of an issue here. I don't really like that. Alright, we are not gonna put full pumps in here. because we can't. Pipeline length is 76, so we should be good. Pipe bus. Here we got all this stuff with the water as well. Ah, somebody put a splitter here. Looks like that splitter is gonna move to... It does not fit. Alright. I know this is not a true 4x4 splitter, but we just need something to prioritize stuff going to blue signs instead of going to low density structures for now. So that is fine. It will do just fine for the time being. Okay, here we can put a pump then. We should be almost there. I already overshot apparently. We need to go somewhere here. We can go over the top here. There's a lot of pipes here already, so that might be nice. Where the heck do I need to go? I need to go all the way over here. I think we need to go... Yeah, we'll go along the bottom. This line is good. Yeah, this line is alright. So here. Of course that doesn't fit. Not precisely at least. Can we just go on this horizontal then? Or is that a problem? Okay, that just goes right above signs. That's fine too. Oh, the Johnnies are here somewhere as well. I forgot about those guys. Alright. Now we are ready for bot frames. Heavy oil. Lubricant. Lubricant should be able to keep up, but I think I'm gonna switch that on first. It is daytime, so let's do it. Lubricant in base. Bot frames switch on, and that is part 2 out of 3 for yellow signs. Then there's only blue chips left to go, but we got the sulfuric acid already, so that should be easy. Did the Johnnies get some cozy lighting? Yes. Some nice mood lights. They're always on, even in the day. I mean, we spare no expense to please the Johnnies. Oil pump is in wrong direction. Maybe it was, but not anymore. Red light district. Yeah. I'm from the Netherlands. We get to do that, right? But that's safe already. Let's switch it on. It is bot frame time. Okay, there's engines. This is just your normal slow production. Direct insertion, there's electric engines, and that goes onto the belt. Yes. Right, so step 1 of this project is working. If we get a quality engine, that should just go on the belt as well, and then we won't make an electric engine for that turn, but that's fine. I overbuild this with all of that in mind. And we still should be making enough bot frames. Here goes the batteries on the belt as well. Green chips are coming. Here comes the electric engines and batteries. That should be robot frames. Nice. I cannot really claim that, hey, it works on the first try since I already designed this ahead of time. Quality engines, quality electric engines, and hopefully soon quality bot frames as well. For now though, they just go here. And we need to connect them to science. Science is over here. And they should meet up with blue chips. Should meet up with blue chips, so I suppose. That is the logical thing to do. That was way too convoluted. Okay, this is a longer belt. I think we'll just bring it out over here. Thing is, we temporarily need to just need some temporary chests here as well. How many bot frames do we make a second? 2.4, not more than 2.4, so I guess 2 of these inserters should be able to do the job. We can simply do something like this. Throw some chests in there. Can even read the belt. Only this one. And just say to these guys, only have more than 4 bot frames. Then you will insert in this chest. For the rest you just don't touch anything. I guess we could say the belt is like side-loaded, right? Yeah, the belt is side-loaded. We could say if there's 8 bot frames. Only if it's equal to 8, then you shall be active. Not for these though. These are always active outputters. Right. So now we have the bot frames going into yellow signs. 2 out of 3. Blue chips only left to go, and once this backs up with bot frames, which will be pretty soon, then we will just stash it in these chests for a while. How is low density structures doing? Look, we are filling up again. Nice, nice, nice. 12k compared to 5k blue chips. So now we have way too many low density structures, but that's fine. That's good. We can stop flying to Fulgora then to pick up that stuff. This could be the last flight to Fulgora. Well, we have 4k left on the planet, so we used up most of the reserves on Fulgora then. So I suppose that's good. And this setup is also going to be the answer to the question of should we go back to Fulgora and reset module production? The answer, restart module production with the rich islands over there, and the answer is probably not. Probably we don't need to. Oh, some low density structures. Probably we don't need to. this can stay idle. All of these can stay idle for a bit longer. Until, because we've got quality blue chips on Northeast now from this production, which might be good enough for producing all the rest of the modules we need. We'll find out, I suppose. But even if we just build it for the initial batch of modules, it might still have been worth it. I don't know, it was a lot of work, man, to build this in Fulgora. I should use it. It was a lot of designing, a lot of fine-tuning, and 3 whole streams to build 4 of these machines, so it's definitely... I think I want to restart those with these trash islands, scrap islands. Dang you, Dosh, with your trash. Popping in to redeem a stretch and a drink, and was later if you'll do. Alright, alright. I have the drink here. Right, so virtually from this moment on we are producing 450 SPM of yellow signs. Divided by producing 0 now. More than 450 when we switch on blue chips until robot frames stops backing up. And then we'll be down to 450, and the average should be 450. We are producing yellow signs virtually now, which is good. We do need to have a buffer chest system for yellow signs, but that is probably a bit less necessary than actually switching on blue chips and making more plastics, because look, this is the leftover plastics we've got now that the belts have been fully emptied out. So yeah, we are sending it to red chips first. For blue signs, and this is the rest of it, and this is going to have to be shared between red chips for blue chips and low density structures, so that is not going to go too well. I think even before doing yellow signs buffer chests, we are just gonna make sure plastic production is okay. Alright, so what do we need here? We need copper, we need iron. It does not need to come in here. We can connect that from down below. We probably want to bring this in first though, because as soon as we put iron and copper in, that is going to start green chips and all the copper cable stuff. So I think plastic is just going to go on there first. That's it. So plastics is gonna have a head start here. That's good, because plastics is gonna need to back up that belt again a little bit to produce at full speed for at least the first little bit. Right. So we're side loading that. The other side is gonna have the green chips, and then the full belt is for copper cable. We have iron and copper right here. Iron needs to be connected up here. Or here. I think we'll just tack on one of these. And put copper next to it. Copper on the right, iron on the left. So man, copper on the right, it's not that hard, is it? It does feel pretty hard. Just plop in one of those. And that should be blue chips already. Sulfuric acid is in there, plastics is there. That was easy. That was the easiest blue chip setup ever. Except for the designing, which was done off cam. Yeah, I think I'll just override that save here. We don't need the plastics going on the belt. That's fine. There we go, blue chips. That should be blue chips. Everything should switch on at the same time. That's not true, but green chips should. That is super fast. Look at that, there's already 20 green chips in there. Here comes the copper cable, and then we'll actually start making blue chips as well. Hopefully that's fast enough. There we go, blue chips. Give me the rare one, first rare one. You know you want to. Oh, look at that. That is 2 uncommons. Right, things are starting. Where are the blue chips going? They're going on this belt. Except for the good quality ones. Okay, here we're just waiting for the red chips still. Gotta wait for the green chips to go all the way to the end of the belt. It should be, yeah, it is a half belt compressed, so that is good. These belts are compressed, so that is good. It just takes some time for the internal buffers to fill up then. Okay, nice. Blue chips. Hey, that means yellow signs. We've got yellow signs. I think though... No you don't. Yes you do. Okay, first yellow science pack was created. I couldn't stop it, my inventory is over full. But we can pretend it wasn't created yet. Alright, I think first I want to fill up my stocks on the left side before making blue signs. Because now we're behind on blue chips here. So that's gonna solve that mystery for a bit. Remember, virtually we are already producing blue signs because we are stashing up bot frames. We might need more chests for bot frames. And we might be fine. We can do another one of those. Looking for an equal amount of chests. 1, 2... three, 4. It could take a while before we're back. Okay, there's no good way to do it. Just like this, I suppose. Okay, that should definitely be enough. If this is not enough, then I don't know what is. So, fine. We'll also have these guys waiting. Until bot frames is full. Okay. Time to clean the inventory, apparently. It's a mess. Then we'll go fix plastics so we can produce actual yellow signs instead of just pretending we do. Bots, do your thing. Right, another hydrate, let's go. Yeah, the bitrate is jumping again, isn't it? How close is the trip to Vulcanus? I will try to do that on Sunday, this Sunday. Today we'll set up yellow signs. And then on Sunday we'll probably work on changing out the horrible rocket part launching that we have been doing for hours and hours and hours to Vulcanus. Basically just loading rocket fuel on rockets and dropping it on Vulcanus to make more rockets so we can launch up calcite to Novice. Same for low density structures and blue chips. We're probably gonna change that. We're gonna load plastics onto the spaceships instead of the rocket parts and just use the plastics to make advanced circuits. And we'll use local coal liquefaction to make the rocket fuel. That's not too bad. You get heavy oil straight out of that, so that's probably alright. Alright, if we're going to go mining, we don't need beacons and modules, so let's throw those. Let's help the bots a bit, it's summer over here. And I think we got some more. Alright, good. And then plastics. And other garbage. We got 24 mining drills. So that is 16 belts of resources. We do need I'm such an OG player. I don't even think about beacons when mining, but we do need beacons when mining. I'm full of it. We need gotta bring coal belts over here. I think we do. We don't really need to think about biter expansion chunks here, it's all red anyway. So we can safely mine this coal. We could mine this coal, but we need to clear biters for that, so I suppose we'll mine this coal. I should really be mining this coal though. And switch out grenade coal for this coal. Can fit a lot more drills on here. Alright. However it is, we're gonna mine this patch for... I can maybe share this patch, I don't know. And then the question is, should plastic stay here? It is so nicely located here, so I kinda want to keep it there. It's a bit annoying for bringing in the coal. But that hasn't stopped me before. These bells are obsolete, so that could be more plastic bells. 7 of them. We have 8. The power line could go at some point as well, I suppose. There's another oil line there, what the heck. Those could definitely be merged, I don't know why they are not. Right, so we got the 8 belts possibility coming out of there. So then we just need to bring the coal over the top or something. Yeah, that is fine. We can bring the coal back here. So we're gonna need more red belts than we can carry. Oh, there was another big gap in bitrate. Sorry for that. It is barely acceptable enough to keep going, but it's right on the edge, man. The bitrate problems are insane this particular stream. Grab all the red undergrounds. some more splitters, and then just belts. I want to throw away machinery, which I don't need. No foundries, no chem plants. No this, no power lines. We probably want a couple more of those. Don't need any inserters except for one stack of emergency inserters, together with some chests. Yellow belts, not really, but let's take some. We're not really gonna upgrade, we're gonna build new stuff, so I should have some on me. Okay, and then the rest of the space is for red belts. This time I can fill my inventory and do this and grab more and run away from the boss. It's good to not have too high bot speed. You can do this and escape. Here's the Johnny Mood light. Silly question, but why not train? We didn't have trains for the longest time. I should just mine this coal, shouldn't I? It's right here. It's like right next to there. That's a short-term solution, but it's still a solution. We do lose a couple of expansion chunks by doing this. Looks like 10. 11 chunks in total. I mean, at some point we gotta stop doing that, because the lower we are in chunks, the more and more expansions like these will happen, which basically infiltrate the territory again. A little bit. I think I'm gonna mine it anyway, because we're here now, and I'm lazy. I could like try to mine it quickly, just put a double setup on it. $400k, 49k. $100k, 300k. Okay, let's move it by one tile. 200k, 250k. That's probably good. 16. 132. It does cover all the coal though, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna do it like that. That's 4 red belts of coal, man. For a while. 4 red belts of coal is all I need for 8 belts of plastic. Could throw some productivity in here as well. There is no beacon room though, so it's gonna cost us pollution. It's gonna cost us pollution, but we'll see how it goes. Let's build it first. It's insane that this tiny of mine can provide 4 red bells of coal. I'm gonna write it in the save game name, because editing Mike might not catch that. Alright, bye chunks. These are now gone, but they're temporarily gone. They can be restored after this coal runs out. It is 1.9 million. At the moment we start mining it. Give it a big drill symbol now, just to be able to tell from the map view. Just to see how fast it's going down with those rare big mining drills. It's pretty amazing. Alright, then we can basically have our path cut out for us. We can come in next to the oil tanks. This line probably. And then just turn up after meeting. It's perfect. It's perfectly aligned. I think I'll do a splitter, a 4x4 splitter. Because this coal mine is not gonna last forever. So we do want to load every plastic belt and every coal belt kinda similarly, I suppose. Please consider more zoos. I think we are good for a very long time. We are not even using the current zoos to its maximum potential. It's more about the location of the zoos. I cannot choose the location of the zoos, so that's why there's so much pollution leaking through. But the pollution cloud used to be over here. Like literally on this side of the lake, so there is nothing going on. The center is just dense because all pollution is produced there and the biter zoos are quite far away. As long as you still see this flickering, like that it absorbs all pollution completely, we're gonna be good. Let's give a right of way. Different amounts of oil in different pipes, but I think we'll just connect that. Well, we have a lot more going on since we came back from space for the last time. Since the last time we came back. We literally doubled science. And now we're starting a lot other new projects. I think the best way to come in is actually going to be from above all these pipes here. That's going to be a bit nasty. Kind of want to minimize that. Alright, that's belt 4. So I do want to mine this out first. It's 907k. It's not gonna be mined up in an instant. This is gonna take a while. Could modernize this one as well. It could be 2 red belts for quite a while. That means we're gonna have to join belts from the right with these belts from the left and only then make them come down. Sure, that's fine for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the lines where it's all gonna have to come in. I think we can literally do this. Three and 4. That's all we need. Except this side is all gonna be yellow belt. That's only temporary stuff. I don't know, does this count like a cursed splitter contraption? It doesn't look that cursed, to be honest. We're gonna have to go under this though. Ah, this one is lower. Alright, then these are lower as well. Okay. I think it's time to reroute those, but first we'll go switch on the coal mine. It's gonna take a while for that coal to get over here. Bought way too many bells. Way too many. Aha, right. So the individual miners do not connect apparently, because how I wired it up. So perhaps that's room for improvement. Now we can finally see if this compresses. It does 4 red bells of coal from such a tiny patch. That's incredible. I think it's completely covered as well. Alright, here comes the coal. And that should be enough plastics for quite a while. Alright, that's the last of it, what comes over there. I suppose we'll do input priority on... Should I do input priority even? I'm not even sure if I should. Right. And that's the new coal, and that should be 8 compressed belts of plastic, which we cannot put out yet because we are not leading all those belts back to the base yet. But that is 2 belts of plastics for blue signs, 1 belt for low density structures, and half a belt for red chips for blue chips. So for our current needs this should be adequate. Then we have half a belt remaining for Vulcanus export, which should be adequate for now as well. I'm not sure if it's going to be adequate if we also need to make rocket parts for the entire Vulcanus and purple science packs. Looks like I missed to connect one belt. That's why we got some bots. Looks like some plastics went to coal and back to plastics. If you mean there's coal on my plastic belt, please let me know again. For the rest we should be able to see over here if there's any plastic on the belt. Doesn't seem like it. I hope that's going to be compressed belts, but it doesn't appear that it is. Maybe just not yet. Maybe the coal still needs to go reliably to the last plastic things over there. Sometimes something can get stuck in a rhythm where it doesn't compress the belts even if you do a little bit of side loading. Everything is side loaded here, so it should be no problem. Now I artificially compressed the belt, so it will be a while before we can actually see it again. Also, these are not connected. Ah, I see what you mean now, I think. Oh, these are just aligned wrong. That should be an easy fix though. So I don't see what you mean. I saw something else. That doesn't exist. That exists. Same for here. That's a lot of coal. Alright. Now everything is on. Sound gone again. Stream stuttered, now there is no sound. Why don't you use fast inserters? It was too expensive in the early game at 30,000 red science packs. And then it just kinda... I never really needed them yet, and then it became some sort of an obsession. I only call it an obsession. Sound gone on Twitch. Alright, what time is it now? Uh, 10:30. Alright, I'm gonna just ask Twitch then for the rest of the day. Is it gonna be less than an hour? I don't want to go through the 5 to 10 minute process of restarting the entire stream yet again. So be it. Sometimes YouTube needs to join Twitch. Today Twitch needs to join YouTube. It would be the third or fourth restart. I think it would be the fourth section of the day if I would restart again. So not don't really want to do that again. And who guarantees that it stays up then? Everything is broken today. My stream counter is broken. I normally have an overlay, but that doesn't work either. Before or after the restart, it doesn't matter. It just stuff is just not working. Alright. Give Twitch a little bit of time to join here. That's the new sign language. Communicate with handcrafting. I can make new types of moles. I can just put this shape in different letters and then yeah, it's dumb. Alright. I don't need more belts of plastics at the base right now, so I'm not gonna bother. But eventually we could be using these 3 belt lines over here. So maybe we could then draw like... We could draw 3 extra belts. 3 here, 3 here. We got the space here. Here it joins this. So we would need to switch over a bit. Okay, that's gonna be horrible. Okay, no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. 4 belts is enough. If 4 belts is not enough, we can come back later to troubleshoot. In theory, 4 belts should be enough, and we should be producing a ton more. Or we should be consuming a ton of petroleum gas now, that is for sure. Okay, there we go, that is the spike. Oh god, that is a lot of petroleum gas. $46k, $46k, and now it's $89k. Double. Alright, we're finally making a dent in all of this oil. Look at that. That is 2 full oil tanks worth of stored oil right there. 47 million, it was 48. So it's definitely falling, that is good. What's responsible for your lag? I don't know. I have no idea. I've had a couple ideas, but it wasn't all of those. I'll try maybe hanging around in the Discord a bit. Maybe I'll do a test stream on Twitch only, just to figure out more about what the problems are. I don't know yet. Sometimes it's like this. Other times the entire stream is fine, and sometimes the entire stream is riddled with these problems. Right. Alright, this is full now. Plastic belts are full. That's good, that was the intention. Don't tell me I started to produce yellow signs already without me looking. I started to produce yellow signs already without me looking. There we go. 1k utility signs right on cue. That means we are definitely not feeding these into the chests right here. Yeah, something doesn't seem right here. Looks like I sideloaded the wrong belt here. I should have sideloaded this one. Weird though, what should be on the other side then? Green chips coming over here. I have no idea. I usually do it like this, but apparently I did not do it like this time. Red chips go in, blue chips come out. Right. Fine then. This is what should have been happening. Let's play hide and seek. I'm stuck there, I cannot get out. Alright, there's our blue chip production. So that is finally now going to... Let's go to the chests first here. How's low densities? Non-existent. I guess low densities have started to be absorbed by science as well. Yes, they have. Fluid ingredient shortage. We don't have enough copper. Interesting. That means science will be dipping. How do we not have enough fluids though? I think we are hitting a pump limit somewhere. There's probably a pump in there somewhere. The pump here. Oh yeah, we got the... Oh god, here we go. Factorio new fluid mechanics. I mean, it's nice. I like how they work. I like how it works. But the way they had it before with the instant transmission across the entire map was better than this pump stuff, because now you just gotta do all kinds of counterintuitive stuff to keep the fluid flowing. So we're using more than 1200 fluid. 1200 molten copper a second. Where is this pump anyway? Was somewhere up here. Can't find it. Where the heck is it? This is already empty. It has to be here somewhere then. Let's go there. Okay, I got a marker now. There it is. Yeah, I get they wanted to make it a little bit more difficult to pump around oil, or to transport around oil, I should probably say. But I don't know. It is a little bit it is a little bit meh implementation. Okay, so basically what we gotta do is, you know, everything fits through a pipe, but when you actively pump it through that pipe, it no longer fits. So what we gotta do is this, and then put two parallel pumps without having two parallel pipes. And now we pump 2400 a second. That is just... I don't know, that just does not feel right for me. It is very weird. 3600 a second, no problem. It can all go through this pipe. But if you want something that actually is designed to move fluids around, then you need 3 different pipes to do that. It is just... I don't know, that is not how it should work in my opinion. Also looks dumb. It just looks dumb. Anyway. The question is, do we have enough copper? The answer is probably yes. We got 4 red belts incoming. Don't think we should be running out. I think everything is right on the limit though. The 4 belts of copper, the amount of plastics we're bringing in, all of that is kind of on the limit of what we can do with the way we designed it right now. I guess we'll just hang around the base for a little. Just watch some stuff and see where bottlenecks are and whatnot. Perhaps up some belts which do not exist yet. Alright. For iron, I think we need to upgrade to better foundries, really. I don't have on me. And it doesn't... Yeah, iron pipe is empty as well. Iron pipe is just empty right at the source. So this is designed to absorb 8 red belts of iron when the foundries are in rare quality, which means now we can absorb only 5 bells of iron, I think. 5 red bells of iron, yeah. I think we need more than 5 red bells of iron to do everything we are doing right now, with especially with the low density structures and blue chips just switched on. So I think let's go grab those. Plastic seems to be good, but we cannot identify the next bottleneck until the current bottleneck is resolved, and even then it will probably take a little bit of time. Bought way too many red bells. Sure. What do we still got? 14, yeah, 14 foundries. That's enough. I need 12, right? 1.5 foundry per red belt. So, upgrade to uncommon. These are the last ones I have though, these 14. And we do have a couple rare ones as well. So we have 5 more tester ones. Alright, let's see if the level in this... We have a reservoir here. Copper is full, iron is filling up. I think we're gaining now. 2.7, 2.9, 2.8, 7, 3.2. It's a new high. Oh, I'm not sure how much we're overproducing, but it looks like not much. We might be overproducing. Let's check the liquid iron stuff. $211k a minute. Yeah, okay, we are we are overproducing slightly. 220k a minute production, 211k consumption. So we are just right about there when everything is working at the max. Copper pipes are reasonably full. Iron pipes are kind of filling up. Yeah, now we're at 4k. Okay, that's good. Making iron for red chips. Pretty insane that just for making 450 yellow SPM, we already needed to upgrade these iron foundries. While I'm planning to do 2k yellow SPM with these same foundries right here in rare quality. But I guess that's the difference between having everything productivity moduled and not having everything productivity moduled. Especially the EM plants for red chips and blue chips and green chips over here. Everything quality, efficiency, less stacking, productivity bonus is a lot more base resources. That's like 4 missing steps of multiplicative productivity over here. But I hope it's gonna be worth it. Let's wire together those wait. Okay, that is signs dropping. It is moving still. It is kinda moving. What's going on? It's probably because of the shortage. In engines. Shortage in engines. Yeah, that is a sign of having not enough iron. Engines is iron, iron and iron, made into iron pipes, iron gears and iron steel. So if that was out of commission for a little, I can see why that went wrong. It looks like we're back up to a normal amount of engine production now. So it should go up again. But that was a pretty significant dip then. Doesn't look like we're going up again. Maybe the engines are just still on the belts. We hardly have any signs going. Okay, I think it's starting to flow in a bit faster now again. Is it? Alright, most of the blue signs assemblers are active again. Oh, there's a pretty significant dip there from that iron debacle. Yeah, I agree. Fluid mechanics in Factoria do not need to represent real life. I think though the change they made was controversial, but it was a choice. It was a good choice. It was an acceptable choice. I mean, the UPS savings are there. It simplifies things a lot. The old system was a little unintuitive. Not really though, but it took a bit of getting used to. And it only really showed when making nuclear plants for most players, or mega bases. But if you go mega bases, you probably already know a thing or two about the game and how stuff works. The new fluid system was great to solve all of those problems, but putting the artificial limit of those pumps in there and how unintuitive that works with actually blocking fluid flow instead of propelling it along. That is just changing a whole the whole old set of problems of the fluid network with just different problems, just different unintuitive ways it works. So I don't really understand the choice to make the pumps obligated. Are you muted? No. Twitch sound that. Join YouTube for the last minutes. Last minutes? I don't know if it's the last minutes. Yeah. Okay, you already made it over. Yeah, I didn't want to restart. I already restarted 3 or 4 times or something like that today. And it takes 10 minutes every time. And I think we're nearing the end. Alright. That was a big science dip. We went all the way down to 300 signs a minute for a second. Because of the Great Iron Depression. You were just hanging around the base a bit to see if everything works as it should. Look at all this. These machines are not designed to work with these inserters. Especially not at stack size 1. 1 copper cable per swing. Swinging violently all around. Yeah, we're gonna postpone fast inserters for as long as humanly possible, which might be forever. Alright, one thing we need to change is the ship then. We no longer need to fly to Fulgora. We can delete Fulgora from the list. And we can move these requests over to Norvis. We should have them on board right now. We do. So let's delete this. I'll put it back here. Delete that group. Switch that off, because if we accidentally lose a wall, the ship will never depart again. Oh. Yeah, if we accidentally lose something, the ship will get stuck waiting for something that will never arrive. So now we're just waiting for the calcite to run out. The calcite has run out. It's going to go to Vulcanus. After Vulcanus, just gonna go back to Norvis and wait for all the stuff. We are making this on Norvis once again, temporarily. There it goes. Bye bye Norvis. Plop. Alright, we're back up to 2124. That is where we should be. It does look like we don't have enough copper here. I don't know if that's also being pumped. I think we're just, we don't have enough copper. We do not have enough copper. 4 bells is not enough. Copper reservoir is emptying out as well. Right. How are the stocks doing? Uh, 19k and 10k. I think we'll temporarily just switch off low density structures in that case. Flip it around, because I want science to continue above all else. Nuclear power on the way. 2.5 hours more. I'm not actually planning to build nuclear power for the time being. But we do need to have it unlocked for the nuclear fission reactor later on. For the armor. And it could come in handy on other planets as well for power sources. I'm not really sure what we're gonna do yet with that. Let's wire up all of these chests. I want to do that. That is all the quality chests in here. So if I just copy this, I'll be able to just run. And all I need to do then is connect the intermediates. And then we should be able to get a readout. The total amount of chips. 1300 uncommon, 170 rare blue chips. Alright, that is decent. Processing unit. 6 rare ones a minute, that is not bad. I guess it kind of depends on producing like 3000 processing units a minute. That is a lot, man. That's like over 3 yellow bells of processing units. Yeah, that's good stuff. Alright. Another science pack has been added to the labs. Now it's literally only extraterrestrial, extra-novisial science packs which are to be added. Why is this insert too slow? Because we're having a 30-second technology. Alright, that is good. Then it doesn't matter. It doesn't keep up with the 30-second technology, but it's fine because if we are doing a 30-second technology, half of the labs are idle anyway, so the inserters don't need to keep up. How's Fulgora doing? Fulgora is dead. All these scrap islands have been mined out. And they are all idle. But we got a good deal of modules from this. Let's just check the total module count made on Fulgora. I cannot search for... Search for rare? No, I cannot. I can search for 2. 844 rare quality module mark 2, 771 productivities, 350 speeds, 280 efficiencies, and then we got a whole bunch of uncommons, 1800, 1700 efficiencies, 2.4k speed. Wait, those also have been... That is not net production. That is... I don't think that is net production. It might be net production for efficiency. No, it is net production for efficiency and for speed, but not for productivity. All of these have been recycled into making more of those. And for quality, a good deal of them have been recycled to make more of those. So not much going on. We did use Fulgora up until this point to ship in blue chips and low density structures, but they're kind of running out on this planet now as well. So we got 3.3k, 3.1k. So literally one more trip was in there for Fulgora. Alright, so we need more copper then. I guess copper is now filling up again, because we stopped low density structures. Where is copper? Alright, this has run out, so we can pick those two up again. We are mining this. I suppose we'll put an extra mine next to here. There are still some empty belts here which we can hijack to bring it into the base. At least this one over here. So let's make one more belt of... We'll do one more belt of copper. We do have beacons and modules on us, so before we do... Yeah, we just did coal mining, so yeah, we can go back to base. I think we'll just switch on low density structures again. Sound is back? On Twitch? How the heck did that happen then? Okay, that's good news. I didn't think that would automatically restore. It never did it before, but then again I always restarted the stream within a couple minutes of it happening. Are you filling blue chips buffer for making yellow? Yes, but that is for rocket parts only. It's not a blue chip buffer for yellow signs. This is just for rocket parts. So we can keep launching rockets because we were out. Yellow signs is just going to be produced live and then stored into chests for now. Until we need it. And then we can... So yeah, we are not going to produce 2k SPM yellow just yet. We're going to produce a quarter of that. And feed it out at 2k SPM as soon as it's ready. Finally, this iron mine is completely depleted. It's not. It's not. Okay. Unacceptable. There we go. By the time we come back from that copper mine, that should have been really depleted. Stream open on all 3 screens. That's a true fan, thank you. On Twitch, YouTube and cell phone, they're all slightly out of sync. Yeah, this stream has been riddled with problems so far. Let me just gauge. It's not bad actually for production. It also covers almost all of the ore. We could go one more tile to the front. Second. More stuff is going wrong. Alright, now we're catching all the ore in the back, not catching all the ore in the front. But we can place an additional miner there. Yeah, we can catch all of that with just a single additional miner. I never connected that. This all comes in. I never connected anything from here. What the heck? That is a full belt-ish. We'll do this. We'll also do that for this side. Yes, we're going to be connecting this drill to there as well. That should mine up everything. I did not bring uncommon drills, did I? I'm not gonna spend a rare one on that. I got exactly enough rare drills for 2 more red bells. Don't really want to do that. That's 2 more red bells. Alright, 1 belt goes in there. We output priority to the right, because we want the 3rd belt above all else. That's the 3rd belt, right? And this has to just feed into all of the belts, really. Which means we'll do another one. This time with input priority on there. A little bit of a belt buffer to fill up. I suppose here we'll also do input priority on the bottom belt. Everything kind of follows its own way. Alright, we can just leave this here as soon as one of these runs out, if ever. It's gonna take a while, but let's say it does, we can just replace that. That's not gonna annoy anybody, because we're not gonna look at it anymore. That is the solution. Where do we need to go? I think we need to stay on the left side. Left side, left side, left side, left side. Left side, looks like left side is good. Okay, right side. Ooh. Yes, we can. Alright, then we'll just move these belts over 1 south. And this will be the 3 new ones. That's the chunk border, actually. That's important. That means I need to go not over there. That's really important. There's a biter base there as well. There's 3 chunks there. Okay, so we want to stay on the left side then. Alright, let's first go down. The first part does not really matter. Cliff. Cliff, 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 cliff. It's weird though that sound restored by itself. That means maybe I can just try waiting in the future as well instead of restarting the stream, because restarting the stream is not ideal. This time I did probably not bring enough belts. Wait, these drills are empty. Now, finally, this 10 million iron patch has been fully mined, including that one spot we missed earlier. I think I'm just gonna branch away here. And already take the middle belt. Probably should mine up the stone at some point as well. There's 59k stone, very well protected by Albiter base, which we couldn't reach before. But now we can, because we have big mining drills. Should be able to see 59k. Yeah, we can literally place it here, and just this single mining drill can mine all of that mine under that biter base. Of course, we have a little bit of a behemoth biter problem when we unleash that, but as soon as we don't have anything important to do, which I initially thought would be way more often, to be honest, we can do those kind of projects. I might have enough here. Might have enough. So, down, down. This one goes here. This one will just go in there. These for now are dead belts. Right, now this belt is still slow, so we'll have to upgrade it, but in general that's alright. This belt is now empty as well. Copper should be coming from the top belt here somewhere. Hopefully, yeah, it's coming. Okay, it's not stuck. It should not be stuck behind something because we just upgraded the belt. Now we just hope we have enough belts to bring this back to the base. As well as undergrounds, we're out of those again as well. That should be the 5th belt of copper. Which will hopefully be enough again to bump production back up. We're not going to switch off LDS. We're going to keep it going. Just see if copper fills up naturally. Alright, let's upgrade it. How's the repair packs? 523, alright, that's fine. Yet another copper belt. Where does that go on the Great Copper Belt O scale? Right in here. Is it possible? Yeah, kind of. We do have a little bit of space to grab some of this away. But not a lot. Right. So why does it matter that these belts go there and those there? I don't think it does. I'm not gonna have enough belts, so I'm gonna just take that one back up there. Gotta make it. Okay, we're there. We made it. Alright, so now there's the balancing dilemma. We got 5 belts coming in here. We gotta make sure everything flows. So I think we gotta do output priority on the left for that one. On the... No, input priority. Input priority on this side. Output priority also on that side. Split that. This always keeps flowing. Alright, then we got one belt going in here, one belt going in here. And the last belt, hopefully that's gonna arrive sometime soon. And then the last belt probably should flow in here, and that will hopefully be good. I'm just gonna hope that that is true. Not entirely sure, but we'll see. If the belts are not all flowing at some point, we can make a change. Once we got 8 belts, everything can just flow in without any repercussions. There comes the last belt. I guess I'm just gonna fill it up for now. With all the ore I accidentally grabbed. And we'll see if it flows. Let me out, belt immunity equipment. I'm not gonna grab it. This might be backing up because it's output priority. Because we have input priority, that also should be going out here, and this all gets divided a bit better. I think this should stay flowing forever. I'm not going to use the belt balancer book for this. I wonder if I should put output priority on the left here and only let the surplus go to the middle. I would like to think it automatically balances. But that's not true, is it? Because these inserters prefer drawing from this guy over here. This actually could be backing up. Yeah, okay, we do need to do that. Output priority to the left. And to the right. Once we get the high throughput situation, we gotta do that. Insert on near side of the belt priority is such a big not a roadblock, but something you easily miss, and then even though you got 8 belts of input, because insert near side of the belt priority, prioritizing one belt, the other one can then get backed up, and it just starts not having 8 belts of throughput because of the near side of the belt priority for inserters. It's such a big trap, such a pit to fall into. I cannot find the right term again. What is that? What else is nothing? Alright, 5 belts of copper. Do we have enough copper now? Okay, looks like we were out again. Looks like now it's increasing again. It was full, then we switched on LGS and it was empty. Now brought in the 5th weld of copper. Molten copper, please. $134, 163. Looks like we were a bit higher. Looks like top product, like top consumption, looks to be 151. And we are now doing 164. So that is a good safety margin. And we are now again at top consumption. So now everything is producing at the maximum. Great. Iron is full as well. So that is all of the problems then solved for yellow signs, I think. Yellow signs, except for the buffer chest system, we still need to do that. We did the uncommon iron foundries and extra iron, copper and coal. All of that is check mark. Then all of the rest is Vulcanus preparation, including quite possibly, it is in my list, I haven't done it yet obviously, but it is there, the remotely configurable bot mall. I have at least written it down, so probably somewhere in the next 100 streams I will actually build one. Thanks Campos PL for the full year of subscriptions, thanks a bunch man. I'm close to the end of the stream, so sorry to mistime that. But today we did the yellow signs requirements, upgraded the iron foundries to uncommon. It should be rare eventually, but uncommon for now it's enough. Still prioritizing iron coming in from space on these 3 belts. We got a whole new setup up here, making blue chips, including a lot of quality blue chips. 307 rare quality blue chips, that is more than we produced. $310 already produced in this setup, and in total on Novice we produced 903. But never in this amount. Look at that, that's a big spiky graph. That is gonna be a good amount of those things, man. Get a 250 hour graph, that's a big spike. Yeah, the rest we all produced out of this crappy setup over here with the Mark 1 quality module still, and not EM plans. That's quite a lot. I think we also made a couple over here on demand with rare quality ingredients directly when we needed them. Oh, we got even more quality areas like engines over here. I start to lose track of where I'm all putting quality stuff that needs to be emptied by hand. But that is 21,000 uncommon engines and 2.4k rare ones. I forgot I did this. That could be 230 for normal efficiency modules again. Or we could put productivity Mark 1 in there again. And actually save a couple of resources, which now is not really necessary because we just increased resources and we are not consuming everything. How much iron ore are we consuming now on Novice? I think we're up to the old levels again. 11k a minute. No, it looks like the peak iron consumption was 22k plates. Plates. No, we should not look at plates. We need to look at ore only. Back up to 11k. Yeah, looks like peak ore was 22k for a while. 16k for a lot of the time. This is all post-fire. This is how we ran 1k SPM. Purely with iron from space. Here is our iron production. 0. For like 50 hours. Not 50, 30 hours of no iron produced on Norvis at all. All iron came from space in the 1000 signs per minute era. Now we've got 2k signs a minute, so we're producing again. Well, that was pretty cool to just have a 1k SPM mega base without mining a single piece of iron ore on Norvis. Having all the iron come from space. With the help of the foundries. I was, speaking of foundries, 541k is left in dispatch. We haven't mined up even 200k from that, so we could still run on dispatch for almost 3 times as long as we currently are running on it, which is surprising. I guess not really surprising, but this is just a starter patch and it's lasting for such a long time. Alright, so here we have it, the whole temporary shenanigans. This is all temporary. Spent I don't know how many streams setting this up, but it's all temporary. Temporary red chips for blue signs with quality. And now we have temporary yellow signs ingredients, all with a lot of quality as well, except low density structures because we already got a metric F ton of those. And I just don't know what I need to do with them. It's time to start science because we will be able to run there's 10k robot frames in there, so we will be able to run well over 450 SPM for a while, which is good. Let's also check these. Guess we can connect those. Got 54 rare robot frames, which is good, then I can just easily resupply or replenish my bots again. And we've got like almost 500 uncommon ones, which we can use to make all the uncommon bots we use for the planets. So the bot problem has been solved, because I don't want to make common bots, I just want to make quality bots. Bot problem is solved, our electric engine problem is likely solved as well. So we can use those for Vulcanus to make more drills. I gotta let this run for a bit. I think what I need to do is I'll do that off cam. I will empty all the quality chests, I'll let it run for 1 hour and then I'll just look how much is in every chest, and that way I can predict how many hours before everything clogs up. Alright, then the last step we need to do is we will be prioritizing signs after this fills up a bit. We should have a good amount again. Yeah, there we go. 22k blue chips, 34k LDSs. That's enough for a ton of launches. We might as well just let it fill up. We can prioritize signs though. Okay, so what we then need to do is we need a buffer chest system for this. It needs to be able to feed out at quite the rate, since we only have 450 SPM of live production. Approximately is my estimation. So we need to feed out at least like 1400 SPM. I'm just gonna feed out at 1800 SPM. We've got a setup for that already over here at Military Science with these guys. How fast would these be? I think they won't be fast enough. 16 inserters times 484 degrees. divided by 360, and that's the amount of stuff they can output. Hey, that is enough, isn't it? No, it's not enough. Yeah, it's 22. Might be enough. It's multiplied by 60, so they can output 1290 signs a minute. We got 450 SPM worth of... I don't know if we got 4... Yeah, we got 450 SPM... Let's do minus 1800. So we will be... If we use these, we will be outputting slightly under capacity. I think I'll just use these then. That is just dumb if I output slightly under capacity. How many science packs do I need to stash though? 450 SPM. 4, 6, it's like 10k in a chest, so that's 20 minutes per chest. 20 minutes per chest, there's 16 chests in a row. That's 320 minutes, that's 5 hours of production per row of chests. We will be alternating between packs. I think we'll do 4 rows or so. 20 hours sounds okay. If we can fit it in somewhere. And I'm not sure we can. Right, then we need to make it a bit slimmer. How many of these guys do we need? Those have 691 degrees a second. We need... What do we need? We need to feed out at 13, let's say 1400 SPM to be safe. The rest is live production. Multiply or divided by 60, so we need to feed out 23 items a second. Times 360 for the rotation speed, and then we divide it by this guy's rotation speed, which is 691. Then we should find the number of inserters we need is 12 and a bit. If we go 1350, it would be 12, right? It would be good if it was 12. 13, okay, I'm gonna go for that. That is fast enough. 12 inserters, so we can make it a bit slimmer. We can make it this slim then. That does actually fit above here, holy moly. A temporary sign storage. Suppose is then achieved. We can make this way larger as well then. We can make it the same depth as over here, because here I know this is the good ratio to make sure all the chests can feed out at full speed, so I don't need to think about that again. Okay, these power lines actually power these inserters over here, so that's good. It will fit. Something like that then. That should do the trick. The other signs, output priority to the labs and input priority from production. Then we actually need to escape. Stuff comes in here. Oil pipe is in the way. It's always the oil pipe. Go away, oil pipe. Nobody likes you. All temporary. Everything is temporary. Okay, oil pipe, you get your way, you can be in the way a bit more. Horrible. Absolutely annoying. So be it. Alright, so here it's output. This is the input side. We got something for that. Here we go. Aha, wait a minute. Oh, we need 3 we need oh god, we need a 1, 2, 3 splitter. I know how to make that. I know how to make that one. I don't know a lot of splitters, but this one I do. It is simply like such. Alright, and then that can go to the 3 different destinations, so I gotta do this myself then. This has got to be like such. 3. A bit more space. 1, 2, 3. Something like that. That's twice. It looks like we need to move out a bit more. These flip around. Would that look nicer? Still. It's not great either way, but it is something. Let's move it as far to the front as it will go for the time being. Basically, this needs to split into 2. As such. And this just needs to feed out. It would be nice if it was somewhat symmetric above this build. Tiles back would be ideal, because then this inserter would be powered. Let's try that. Whoa, hello, calcite. Big calcite jump scare. Okay, now all those inserters are powered. Power the rest as well by doing this. Right, then the feed out system. I suppose the feed out system has got to have the 3-to-1 joiner. Let's take a look what we did at military science. No need to invent the wheel more than once. Everything is output on one side. With 3-to-1 joiner. I got a feeling this could be more compact, but whatever. We got to do it the other way. Getting a bit large. Not sure. We do have the horizontal space here, so that's fine. Flip it around. Alright. I think this already needs to be a red belt here. Here it's all red belts, so we'll do that as well. We will copy this bar. That's basically the two outputs. Yeah, we do need that guy in there. Yeah, kind of belt balancer thing. Everything here is red. And this feeds just enough space here, man. And then here everything feeds back in. That should be yellow signs. Right? Then we just need to build it. Yellow sign storage system. Way over capacity, but not bad. This does not work. There needs to be one tile further out. Because of the long-handed. I was going with military science anyway. 200k in the bank. So we definitely can research, let's say for instance, damage upgrade 3 or something at full speed. And then we just need to alternate between texts which have yellow signs and texts which have military signs, or texts which have none of the above, which there are not too many left of, but we could for instance research substation. We're no longer really shy for resources, but most likely I am going to go this way for the hand size, all my long-handed inserters. 600k signs or so, so that will take a while. It's almost as much as nuclear signs, but red and green only. Alright. I'm going to grab the appropriate amount of things. I have the appropriate amount of things except for steel chests, I think. And red belts. Bolts, help me out. If I still have some stuff. Alright, then we'll just grab some extra chests, and I noticed we need a lot of these. I hope that's enough. Alright, yellow signs buffer system. Here we go. Yeah, we're unlocking fast inserters perhaps. But you notice that I removed them from the queue again, right? I did remove them from the queue again. I wonder why that is. Why is nobody building this? Do you really... do you insist on building that yourself? Are you gonna hover here forever and let this not get completed? Man, I know these work robots of these days, it's all bad, man. I guess not, that he was really motivated to build it himself, but I don't know, it's not the right thing to do. let's shut up about it. Alright, let's just upgrade this to red as well. It just looks nicer. Alright. That's the same, not the same amount. 84 chests. Times 9600 signs per chest is 800k yellow sign storage. That's gonna take a couple minutes to fill up, I suppose. 1800 minutes, 30 hours. Alright, we won't go 30 hours before researching something with yellow signs, I'm pretty sure. That means we're ready to switch it on. We can ignore the fact that we already accidentally produced the first 1000 1 hour ago or so. So what do? Just priority output it to signs then. I think we do. It's gonna stop blue chip inflow. For a little. This splitter needs output priority, so overflow not block. If only I looked earlier and would know which splitter that is. These? No, I think these will be fine, if it were those. Right. Switching on yellow signs is going to be as simple as the flick of a button. I think this is still slowly going to fill up, but first we have a lot of yellow signs producing to do, as our gold stack has meanwhile grown to 12k. So we'll see. That is yellow signs. Let's switch it on. There's nothing left to do. Let's switch it on. And we're done. Yellow see on. Just flick the switch. And there you got it. That's yellow signs. Very easy. Meet up at the bot frames. Very, very slowly, of course, because it's my base and I use yellow bells everywhere. Except when we need to cross a large gap. There we go. And productivity bonus triggers as well. Nice. Right. Man, yellow signs is a big beast, isn't it? Yellow signs is quite something else compared to the other Norwegian science packs. Probably second place most difficult. I guess no. I was gonna say Fulgora's the most difficult, but I haven't really created Prometheum just yet. That's you need to design an entire spaceship for that one, so yeah. See if we can try putting some lights in here. Not really sure how they would fit. We can then this goes here. Also pretend the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be a bit hard to power that normally. If only, you know, I had something like substations, that would be solved, I suppose. It has to go here, which means the yellow signs will have to make way. a substation right here with this power all of this immediately. I almost want to go for it straight away now. Only 50 minutes. Only 50 minutes. Not even. Like 45 minutes and we could have substations. And everything would be powered. I suppose we'll be, for the time being, put in some of these or something. We can do 2 adjacent power lines here for symmetry. There's very much not symmetric, but it's on the bingo chart. Oh, that doesn't reach. I thought that would reach. Yeah, we're not placing one there, but we got this guy over here, so I think that is fine. Now those lights should be powered and everything should look nice, at least for a little bit. Alright, good. All the labs are full of yellow signs. Yellow signs overflow system engage. This is what 450 SPM looks like, I think. No, we should be doing more. We should be doing more. We also should wire these chests up. I think these are... They already have the green wires. We just need to connect all of them. Right, so that should be all of them connected except the front row. And we still need to connect these as well. Oh no, we already did. Yeah, okay, rockets. Stop blasting in my ear. Good job, rockets. Very good. Why is this not connected? And these chests are just not all connected to each other, it seems. Alright, now everything seems connected. 2k yellow signs and the chests, here we go. All of this should make sure it gets drawn empty evenly. We're outputting on one side of the belt. And then we have this splitter thing, belt balancer, which evenly takes from the left and the right side of the inputs. So all chests should get drawn empty exactly equally. To the last sign spec, they should get filled exactly equally and drawn empty exactly equally. And this arrangement of inserter speeds will make sure that this chest is full before these this chest doesn't empty, because obviously these are faster than these, so it needs to keep up. filling this chest fast enough. If everything is full, all of these inserters will be able to transfer the signs forward fast enough for these chests to not run out. That is the idea behind it. Right, let's look at this weird splitter with the lights. Yeah, the lights make it look a lot better. That was a good upgrade. Do your labs have a Gleba spoilage output? No, they don't. I figure we can get the biolabs before 200 spoilage will accumulate in the labs. As I think when we will be doing Gleben signs, it's just going to be a non-stop stream of Gleben signs until it's done. Until you have biolabs at least. And if not, we'll just stop the science belt and pick up the garbage. We probably will stop launching science packs from Gleba. That's probably what we should do, because it doesn't make sense to keep launching science packs and just having it turn into spoilage from Norvis then. Okay, so how much science per minute are we doing? That's the question then. All of the stuff is being diverted. A quick look if the oil or if the two tanks are still full. They are both full. This is not moving continuously, nor is this, so that means we've got enough resources. Plastics is not moving continuously either. Plastic should be backed up at the source thanks to our new coal mine. Man, those big mining drills are just awesome. It's a really good blueprint too, I'm really happy with this one. It doesn't really work well for normal playthroughs since you won't have that many rare resources, but for 1k SPM, this beacon configuration and 3 miners to the red belt, it's just sweet, man, sweet. And you can even flip it and overlap 3 of the beacons and output another belt or 2 to the other side if the patch is large enough. Alright, show me the counter. I want to see 500 rare blue chips. Okay, but that's good. That means we will probably be able to postpone Fulgora a bit further before we need to visit again. Need to see though, maybe it's worth it to go there and switch on the scrap machines again. They can run for like 10 hours or so before they clog up, producing another couple thousand rare Mark II modules in the process, so maybe it's very much worth it to do so. The lane balancer after the yellow buffer is bottlenecked to only half well. Yes, you are correct. It needs to be like this. Right, so this feeds on one side of the belt, this feeds on the other side of the belt, and then the lane balancer can properly do its work. You are right. And because now it draws half of the left and the right side, it draws half of the left side and the right side. That is what keeps it balanced. Good spot, good spot. Looks like he spotted it earlier already. Looks like everybody already see it. Well, we've got a bingo square then. We've got a bingo square. Chat tells Mike something is wrong, but he doesn't read chat. Until much later, I suppose. Alright, science per minute. Let's see. I'm curious. It should be stable now. 250 hours might be a bit optimistic. Let's go 10 minutes. So 600 SPM about. And we are limited by blue chips. Do we need to be limited by blue chips, or could we possibly extend this a bit more? What would we need? We are dependent on these belts. We got 30 copper cable a second incoming. These red chip things need 2.14. And the ratio for green chips and plastics is the same here. We can put 14 of those guys down. I think we got 12. Does that fit though? Kinda does. How is power doing? Oh yeah, it's good we expanded power for a bit. How are the steam engines wired? I think we should change that. Since now we got double power, we are not doing laser combat. I think we'll turn on the extra steam shot at only 5%. Wait. Yeah, at only 5%. If the accumulator drops below 5%, we temporarily have a lot of steam power. For regular insertion, I think we're gonna drop to 25% before disengage. We now had them work for a bit during when we still had half the solar panels, and they really catch the bump quite well. They just switch on and just immediately flattens out. So I think we can go a little bit lower on these, since now we are going to be using more power, and we actually have the appropriate, almost the appropriate amount of accumulators, rather than at least twice too many. So unless we go heavy on the laser combat, I don't think we need to make more accumulators. We've got 10,000, but because the rare ones have twice the capacity because the uncommon ones have twice the capacity from the common ones, it's really like we have 20k accumulators, which is approximately correct when you have 24k solar panels. The 5 to 6 ratio is pretty much on point. So yeah, I think that's all right. As long as we stay on under 1 gigawatt on average, we could run on solar accumulator cycles completely. In reality, I think once we pass 800 megawatts or so, 850 maybe, we're gonna have some steam bumps in there, but that's fine. Right. For some reason, science dropped, so let's curious to see what's the reason. It's again blue science. This time it is red chips, is it not? It is. So what are we short on today? Let's go take a look. Solving one bottleneck reveals the next one. That is the way it goes in Factorio. We do too much quality. Have some of these chests just backed up entirely. We are about to get to the point, but not quite yet. Oh no, we did get to that point. This is just full. I think the red chip chests are full here. Yeah, look at that. Completely filled to the brim. Alright. That's the reason science dropped. That is a good reason for science to drop. That means we are rich. And that means I definitely do not have enough space to bring away all that stuff here. Not really sure where I want to temporarily put more of it. Maybe behind the trees here or something. I don't really know. Gotta be careful not to place on the other side. Is a bit annoying to let's make some more steel chests. It is a little bit annoying to put it so far away from the rest. I gotta figure out where it's supposed to go, I suppose. And maybe we should start thinking about recycling this, but it doesn't have priority. Vulcanus has priority now, man. I guess that kind of answers the question, how long can this run for? Since this side now completely blocked up. Since literally a couple minutes ago. Let's make a save. Wall blocked. There we go. Alright, so let's see. 355 hours exactly before it started clogging up. Let's load the beginning of the stream. Over here. That is 7 hours ago. About 7 hours. How full were the chests 7 hours in? It looks so empty around here now. We did quite a bit of work today, didn't we? Holy moly. Alright. We'll just try filling one chest, filling the next one. Okay, so it was about half full. That means 7 hours. Or half full. That means 14 hours for this to fill up completely. It looks like the red chips here fill up slightly before the green chips on this side. If we load back to our own save, that gives the 7-hour time limit on red chips at least. That's one of the issues. This is almost full, but not quite. Not quite. But that is pretty well balanced actually. Alright. I think for now the solution is, pardon me, I'm gonna do that off cam. I don't want to do that on cam. Is this full as well then? This is not full at all. Not full at all is maybe a bit of an exaggeration. But these are much... Some of these are much less full than others. I suppose green chips will have to... You can just... I did rare chest green chips already. But I reverted the change. Looks like that was a mistake. How much quality chips are you gonna hoard? I have no idea. If we go Mark III module, we're gonna need a ton of them, that is for sure. And 14 hours is not enough though. I don't think we can set up Vulcan signs in 14 hours. Of course we could take a trip back to Norvis in the meantime. We might need to take a trip back anyway. Yeah, we might need to take a trip back anyway. Because there are going to be some other problems and there's no way that that's not going to be the case. Alright, now this has space to breed as well. So this is doing fine. Let's check how fast are these chests filling up. It's already quite significant. For how long have we been producing processing units? 1.5 hours or so. 3, let's say 5, 20 hours for this to fill up, 20 to 25 hours. Here we got 1.5 hours for 2 stacks. This is gonna fill up slower. Blue chips is gonna fill up first. That's 20 to 25 hours, 20 hours for red chips. How is it going here? Ooh, that is gonna fill up quite fast, I think. Yeah, this definitely needs to be rare to start off. These already are rare. That we just simply use another splitter. Don't really want to calculate that precisely, but that's probably a good idea. We will be slowing down on the production here. Back down to 11k robot frames. So, robot frame production. About 133 a minute. We've started to eat them up now as well. We're eating them up at 66 a minute. No, that's not true. We're eating them up at 170 a minute currently. So we're losing 40 a minute, but that's of course because we are doing higher signs a minute than designed. So that is good. That means 450 signs a minute as designed is now... It did actually physically, virtually I suppose. It did virtually start when we completed bot frames, even though we only started to produce it a bit later. Now we're just going to produce more until we run out of those bot frames, which we stashed up, and drop back down to 450 signs a minute or so. I don't know if it will be exactly 450 signs a minute. We'll have to see once this runs out. But for now it's looking alright. I think I'll just put one of these in here as well. Okay. I needed some extra chests for something. I already don't remember for what. The other thing that is about to go wrong is engines here. That has been running for quite a while. I think that can hold on for longer. Quality engine. We need to look the... Yeah, we need to look quality engines, I think. Started to produce those 10 hours ago. Okay, that is not more than I thought. 10 hours ago since we switched on blue signs. This is full. Completely, but pretty full. This is the bottleneck then. Alright. So if I empty this out, this was 10 hours. I missed that I had 2 empty chests, or 1 empty chest over here. Oh god. Okay, I gotta fill this up manually to see how full this is. Okay, it's not that full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chests were full, and now we've got 12, 34, 15, 18. So that should last for 30 hours. If it's emptied out. Maybe a bit less, 25 as well. That's pretty well balanced then. Everything clocks after about 20 to 25 hours. I guess if those chests are rare, we could slow this down a bit more by adding a 5th chest over here automatically. We cannot because here we got a power line on the way. Do we need that? Oh yes, we very much do. It's the only connection again. Of course it's the only connection again. Why wouldn't it be the only connection? Now it's connected to there as well. It should be connected to the hub here as well, I think. Alright. Then we can get rid of these random power lines here. This is already Vulcanus prepped then. I'm gonna pick these up, but for now I'll connect them. Alright, I'll pick that up in my own time, but for now we've got... I'm overdoing it, am I not? 22,000 rare red chips in there. That is basically as many as I got in here. So that means I also got 9 times that uncommon red chips in there. I think we're done with quality. After we come back from Vulcanus, we can do the entire rest of the game without making more quality chips. We can make all the modules we would want. I don't even think we need to switch on Fulgora anymore. That's a bit sad. That's a bit sad. Such a nice machine. It did its job though. We got our initial batch of modules, which we couldn't have gotten from Norvis because we did not have the machinery to make the good quality stuff. This provided us with that, so while I wish it would be more useful, it might be a bit less useful than I'm really willing to admit. It did its job though. It did its job, and maybe that's all it needed to do. The little machine that could. Alright. Are we done then for today? I think we are. That was a good haul. I'm glad I did design this off cam for the most part, because I think it took me about as long to design as today's stream, and I really want to go to Vulcanus tomorrow. So what do we need to do before going to Vulcanus tomorrow? Let me save here. End of stream. Save, not tomorrow, Sunday. I already have a few days in my head that it's one day later than it actually is. Sorry about that. Sunday. What do we need to do? We did the yellow signs. Yellow signs, 2k SPM, including extra stuff for rocket parts. That was a big project for a single check mark. I'm going to give myself a double. There we go, double check mark for me. Uncommon iron foundries are done. Prep more quali, big drill and foundry stuff. We did quali engines, but we also need some more quality foundry stuff. We basically need to look at what we want to produce on Vulcanus in terms of quality foundries and big drills and just take that stuff. Rather than the quality rolling that we did at the beginning, now we're gonna have stuff to just make them straight up, I think. Poison capsules to have fun with the local jollies on Vulcanus. We need plastic imports to Vulcanus. I think one of the first things we're gonna do is setting up rocket parts on Vulcanus itself with the important plastics. Although at this moment, is it really that important? Got it set up here now. Maybe I can skip that until we're post Fulgoran signs. Maybe skip until post signs. Because there is no real... I mean, it's cheaper to do it on Fulgora, but there's no real need to make something slightly cheaper and then just be stuck on not being able to research stuff. If we could do it the other way around. So let's move that one. Looks like we're saving again. The remotely configurable bot mall, let's move that as well over here or something. That's not likely gonna happen before we go, is it? I could do it. And we could request stuff automatically. We could even use the MagZipTie Deluxe, which has been in orbit, silently in orbit above Fulgora for forever, not doing anything, just waiting loyally on its captain, which never came. We haven't done a single manned flight on this ship. We just built it. We took the laser calcite hauler to Fulgora, sent the ship there to fly back personally, and then we didn't. We just flew back on the laser slab. So maybe this ship can just be our resupply ship. It cannot carry a lot, but you know, if we need like a couple stacks of rare assemblers or something extra, then we can take those. We can order those from Norvis. Then we probably will need another rocket silo, or we need to connect these two roboport networks. Don't really like doing that, but maybe we need to. We'll see if we do that. If I would have to bet money, I would bet against me building a mall. And you would bet against me building a mall as well, and you know it. How's Vulcanus rocket stuff doing? Well, excellent, thank you for asking. We just solved that. Fulgora elevated rail and module island reset. That can then probably wait until post Vulcan signs. Doubling space signs is a short task, but not short enough to quickly do it right now. I think this is a good moment to switch this back on again, because once we go to Gleba, we'll be also unlocking Mark III productivities, and then we're gonna need a lot of Mark IIs to make all the Mark IIIs. I'm not sure if I will be rich enough to implement rare Mark III all across the base on every planet, but at least Fulgora is gonna get rare Mark III productivity modules, because that bumps up the holmium ore and the amount of scrap requirement for science by quite a bit. Alright, we'll save again. End of stream save here. It was not AFK time, we did think about stuff, that counts. Nuclear power, 80% done. Do we want to mine uranium? Should probably add that to the list. mine uranium. But when? Plop it down in the back somewhere. Another save. What's next after nuclear power? It could be military tech. This would be great. I hope we will have the science. Well, we have the science. We might have that science. We're up to, no, 20k now. We got an hour left to go. We are doing 600 SPM or something. What was it again? Let's say 600 SPM. We'll get productivity from the labs, so it's actually 700 SPM. 700 SPM. So this needs to provide 1300 SPM. Oh, needs to provide 1100 SPM. I'm confused. I don't know. We'll just start and when it runs out we'll switch. Let's not think about it now. My brains are finished. That happens sometimes. But we could go... Let's check what there still is in the list. This is the absolutely required list to get to the solar system edge. And there's not a lot of it, not a lot in there anymore. On Norvis there's nothing in there anymore, which we need to research. So everything is optional from this point on, at least from Norwegian tech, like nuclear power, not required. So yeah, it's either gonna be damage upgrade, or it's gonna be in stack size, or both. And once we have enough yellow signs, hopefully soon we'll go 2 levels of bolt speed. Because those are both done with yellow signs, and that will be so nice. It will be so nice to have that, to build stuff. Vulcanus is going to be a massive building project as well, with 2k SPM of metallurgic signs, plus somehow 2k SPM purple signs, which means repurposing all the stone byproduct from the lava, belts and belts and belts of it towards purple signs. So we'll see how that goes. That is an ambitious project and I haven't looked into how to do that just yet. I just did the math and figured that it should be possible. So let's hope that is the case, because my entire career hinges on that being true. Alright. Let's go stand at the labs. What is that? We can go editor mode. Let's go editor mode so we can rewind time. It should be dark. It should be dark. Freeze time as well. Yeah, let's do that. Now it's gonna be constantly night. That's not good because that means the accumulators are gonna run out. But for this outro, hopefully it will do. Because I want to show off the new enlightened balancer for the outro. There we go. I should not save anymore. I touched editor mode now. Metallurgic is not so useful. Yeah, but they are required. First of all, there's artillery, which is required for the achievement. And then there's advanced asteroid reprocessing, which is a hard requirement. Then there's the advanced coal liquefaction, which is good to have. Cliff explosives, which are good to have. Speed module 3, which would be excellent. And we're probably gonna make that detour. So that's millions and millions of signs. Compared to Fulgora, what is there to get on Fulgora? Nothing. The mech armor, but that's out of my league, man. 5 million, I cannot afford it. I'm a simple man. I don't have 5 million signs lying around. Research some yellow to see the belt flow. Let's do that. It's gonna take a little bit because all the labs are full. Tesla turrets. What do I need Tesla turrets when I can simply cheese? I've got cheese turrets. Artillery yet? No. It's gonna be a while. And there goes the power. That's the accumulators run out because I switched it to eternal night mode. Guess we can see if steam works. The steam shot is working. I had hoped that it would last a little bit longer. Okay, the steam shot did not get a chance to shoot. Maybe putting this to 5 is not a great plan because these things are still pretty full. Now we're running on 325 megawatts of steam power because these pumps don't work. Let's just pretend it's connected. If the shot works, we should be 468 megawatts. It's not that big of a difference. So maybe it's alright. Now that's gonna run out. Alright. And it's day. It's daytime. It's like eternal night is not working out very well when you have a solar powered. If you have a solar powered base, eternal night is not great for longevity. Alright, hopefully you enjoyed the stream despite the problems at the start. Hope it went a lot better at the second, basically the last 3/4 of the stream or something was fine, but the beginning was absolutely horrible. So hopefully you joined a bit later. It's Friday after all, so anyway, I will be back on Sunday. We're gonna go to Vulcanus. Leave Novice behind in a good state with yellow signs so we can keep doing some research. We're gonna stay on Vulcanus for quite a while this time, not just a quick in and out one day ordeal like the last time. We're gonna go explore Vulcanus, we're gonna go play with the Johnnies on Vulcanus, we're gonna set up a ton of signs on Vulcanus, rocket parts on Vulcanus, and then we'll head off again, I suppose, once we got all of that set up. And then before we get to party on Gleba with our new artillery, which will eventually be researched, we first need to do the boring task. Boring task. Not a boring task, it's gonna be fun in its own way, but it's very difficult. A very complicated task for Gora. Not so much setting up the signs itself, but the 24 bells of scrap processing and training that around on like limited sized islands which cannot be expanded is gonna be a thing. But if we succeed doing that, we can take our new toys to Gleba and explode the entire planet. That is the plan. Next time. And thanks everybody for watching. That next time was a bad setup again. I so suck at setting those up live, don't I? Anyway, thanks everybody. I hope you had a great time. Good night. Hope to see you someday. I'll see you next time.